Good evening. It is 5:30, and I'd like to call this meeting of the Community and Economic Development Committee to order. Before we get started, though, I'd like to observe a moment of silence in light of the tragedy that happened in Grand Blanc Township in the city of Grand Blanc. If we could just take a moment of silence, please. Thank you. Amen. Okay, can we have a roll call, please, for the committee?
Commissioner Brown?
Here.
Commissioner Wayhill? Here. Commissioner Avery? Here. Commissioner Flewelling?
Here.
And Commissioner Lloyd?
Present.
Is there a motion to approve the minutes?
Support.
Been moved and supported. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Is there any public comment to the committee? Going once, going twice? Oh, come on up. Please state your name and your residency.
Good afternoon. My name is Sarah Britton. I'm the Director of Prevention and Reentry Services at Peckham. I reside in Genesee County, area code 48451.
Okay, thank you.
May I begin?
Go ahead, you have 2 minutes, yes.
I've worked in day treatment programming for court-involved youth for over 20 years. In 2017, Genesee County Court reached out to Peckham because of our 35-year track record running one of the most effective day treatment programs in Michigan. A year later, we launched our services here in Genesee County, and for the last 8 years, we've served hundreds of Genesee County youth with dedication, quality, and compassion. The commitment has only grown. Just this year, Peckham secured over $2 million in state and federal grants brought to the county to expand services for youth. We believe in this county so deeply that we also moved one of our manufacturing operations to Flint, becoming just one of 2 manufacturers in the last 30 years. Which is why the recent decision surrounding Resolution 2025-2195 is so troubling. I do not believe the board was fully informed about the background of the situation. Nowhere in the resolution was it disclosed that passing it would result in the termination of Peckham's contract. No one with public discussion, no competitive process, and no warning. On September 2nd, we received our contract award from the juvenile court administrator. Then, without warning or explanation, it was then immediately dissolved. For a committed community partner as Peckham, for almost a decade of services, that wasn't only disappointing, it felt deceptive. Under Genesee County Purchasing Policy Article 5-101, that policy was not followed. I respectfully ask, would your vote have been different if you were informed that approving the resolution meant ending Peckham services in its entirety would remove 80% of day treatment youth from earning an industry-recognized credential, that it would remove court-involved mentor matches, that it would remove monthly talent tours and career visits and college visits, that it would remove the opportunity to engage in over 150 hours of youth-led service givebacks. It also removes the opportunity for youth to train and work with 20 local employers, to which 80% are offered jobs at the end of their experience. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Britton.
I do have packets.
Okay. Are there any other public comments? I see one more, at least one more. Please state your name and your city of residence.
I'm Kelly Garcia. I've been proudly serving Peckham's Youth Service as Youth Services Coordinator for Genesee County for almost 9 years, and my area code is 4808. Let me get straight to the point. If this board truly values the future of Genesee County's youth, then eliminating this program would be a devastating mistake. The young people we serve aren't just at risk, they are full of potential but face significant barriers that many of us can't imagine. And what Peckham offers them isn't just programming, it's a lifeline. Every participant receives an individualized service plan, and from there we help them build real-world skills and translate into real opportunities. Every youth can earn an industry-recognized credential. We don't just pay for the certification, we also incentivize them, because this is the first time anyone rewarded them for doing something positive. These youth leave our program with a professional portfolio and sense of self-worth that they've never had. For most, Peckham is their first job experience. On top of what Sarah Britton already mentioned, other leadership opportunities have included police dialogue forums and even national leadership trips to places like Costa Rica and the Grand Canyon. We go beyond career readiness. Peckham helps with supportive services to the both youth and their families. Peckham also pays for driver's training, helps them secure vital documents, covers transportation to school, work, and extracurriculars. We incorporate community partners while they're in programming, and when they leave us, we stay with them. We connect them to other community partners. Peckham is not a one-size-fits-all. It's a customized, compassionate, and proven program. As a former juvenile court administrator Ronna Im once stated, Peckham has become one of the best examples of rehabilitation programming in the state. That recognition didn't come by accident and came from so again, I ask you to reflect seriously on this. If the goal is to help Genesee County youth thrive, then pulling a program like this would be, without transparency, without process, and without regard to the damage is more than just disappointing. It's a direct contract of the, well, I urge you to reconsider that decision, and not just for Peckham, but for the youth and families who are counting on you to do what's right. These youth will lose out on so many opportunities to see that they matter, that they're loved and they're worth, and they are enough.
Thank you.
Yeah. I also have some documents up here if the board wanted to ever go through
Okay.
that.
Thank you. Mr. Freeman will take those. Are there any other public comments? Yes, sir. Please state your name and your city of residence.
My name is Victor Bailey, and my city of residence is Lansing, Michigan, Ingham County 48912. I did work at the plant in Flint, so I have worked with the youth out of Flint, and they all have potential to be leaders. But I'm here to share my story about Peckham. I also started in the same type of program that these kids, that the young people are going through today. Peckham, it is not just a place where young youth come to hang out. They develop lifelong skills. Like I said, me personally, I got introduced through Peckham in a similar way. So I was a misunderstood child, acting out at times, and Peckham provided resources and training that I still use today to be successful. Peckham not only provides jobs to the community, but they invest in future leaders. I always thought I would just be a part of the numbers, working on an engine somewhere in a factory, but Peckham seen a potential in me and invested in my future, and I've been a trainer, supervisor, case manager, community specialist, and without Peckham, I do not believe that that would have happened. Please give the youth the opportunity to be more than just an employee one day. Peckham will provide them with the chance to be future leaders. Please do not take that opportunity away from them. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bailey. Are there other public commenters? Yes. Please state your name, your city of residence.
My name is Josiah Hutchins. I'm from Flint, Michigan, 48503. I'm not going to make it long. I am a student at Peckham. I'm 15 years old. And when I went into Peckham, I was going down the wrong path. There was a lot of things I was doing wrong. And when I first talked to Miss Casey, one of the staffs at Peckham, she originally told me, like, we're not going to push you. We're not going to make you do anything you don't want to do. We're going to make it so where you like it. And honestly, I told her, I just want to do school and get out of here. Going on into this school year, I went in with 7 credits. I have 10 credits now. I'm focused on graduating early. I will be studying my GED soon. They got me a step foot in for a job. I mean, I'm doing everything on the track. I didn't know nothing about trades. Now I got many different trades to put on my resume and give me a job. Peckham is very genuine. Everybody there is happy. You know, I know there's many, we stay in Flint, so there's many other kids like me who need the same opportunity and chance that I have. So I would just ask y'all to reconsider. Please reconsider, because we need Peckham. Not only we, the kids do. I mean, I'm 15 years old. I'm telling you this. I came all the way here, and I didn't have to. I came here because it matters to me. This program has changed my life sincerely. It has. So if you don't mind, please reconsider, and I hope y'all have a very nice day. Thank you.
Thank you. Another public comment?
Hello.
Hello, I think we can lower the desk a little bit for you to make it.
Look at that. That's good. Hello, my name is Justin Juliebois. I'm from Burton, Michigan, 48509. I am currently the construction trade specialist at Peckham with the Youth Services Program. My role is to introduce the kids to the construction trades by educating them on proper and safe use of variety tools, both hand tools and power tools. The students also receive a 10-hour OSHA certification that they can take with them for the rest of their lives. If they do end up employed at the trades, this is a certification that most companies want them to have. So they're coming into the job ready for the OSHA certification. I am also improving my education on CNC machining. That way I can offer that to them, because that is a growing market, especially around here with all the manufacturing plants around here. But what Peckham has done for me personally is provided an opportunity for a second chance at gainful employment. As someone who suffered a spinal cord injury 11 years ago, for a period I felt lost, didn't know what I was going to do. I was an electrician by trade before my injury. Once I found Peckham, from day one never saw me as disabled. They never looked at my wheelchair as a barrier to being a good employee. So with that opportunity, I have been with Peckham for about 6 years. In the last 2 years, I've been in this youth service program. I'm able to teach some of the kids my trades experience and skills, but I would also be a positive influence on these kids' lives. I didn't have very many positive influences when I was growing up. I had to learn a lot of life lessons the hard way. So if I can share any of my experiences with these kids to give them an easier life, easier path in life, that's what I want to do. Peckham is the only company that's given me that opportunity to do so in Flint that I've found. Also in work experiences, well, I only got 9 seconds, but at Peckham we're not motivated by money. We're only motivated by the success of our students. So I would really hate to see Genesee County lose an amazing team like Peckham. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there other public comments? Yes, sir. Please state your name and your city of residence.
Might not go that high.
How are you doing today? My name is Xavier Mitchell. My area code is 48504, and I'm Flint, Michigan, Genesee County resident. I am here basically because I came up here to explain to you that this program, Peckham, is not just a program. This program has genuinely helped my life and my character. Now, I'm not a perfect person or anything like that, but at the same time, Peckham has turned me into a very responsible and respectful young man. Before I even thought about coming to the program, I was not on the right path at all, and this is not a sob story, this is honesty. I genuinely feel like the youth needs this program. If this program wasn't around, I would not be here in the physical aspect. They have genuinely done things for me that not even my own family has done. This is a good program that are very genuine people, and I came up here to let you know that this is very needed, especially in Flint, Michigan. This community is not, it's not all peaches and rainbows, but at the same time, we have good people, good-hearted people, and they take time personally out of their day to really come and be good people to these kids that have no one. But I came up here to just ask, please don't do that, and just consider it, Thank you.
Thank you, David. Other public comments?
Hi to the Board of Commissioners. My name is Cece Weber. I live in Grand Blanc, area code 48439. I've spent the past 3 years at Peckham helping young people, many of whom come from unstable homes or have little support, gain real work experience and build future that they didn't think was possible. Many of the youth that we serve believe that their only path is one that they've seen modeled, often shaped by trauma, instability, and survival. My job is to show them something different. I work one-on-one with each student to identify their interests and connect them with meaningful, real-world work experiences that can shape them into careers that they never imagined they would have access to. These aren't just jobs, they're stepping stones to careers. Our youth have been placed at Hurley Medical Center, McLaren Hospital, the American Red Cross, senior living facilities, custom apparel shops, greenhouses, automotive garages, salons, restaurants, human service agencies, and more. We don't stop at placement. We provide transportation, training, job coaching, clothing, and maintain constant communication with employers to ensure success. Peckham pays youth for their work, meaning employers take no financial risk. In return, many of them hire our students permanently. Several of those youth are still working in the very same roles that they got their start. One employer, actually many employers have told me, if it weren't for Peckham, I never would have taken a chance on this student. And yet that student proved them wrong and changed their own life in the process. What Peckham does isn't workforce development, it's belief building, it's trajectory changing, it's prevention. This resolution of 2025-2195 doesn't just disrupt a program, it disrupts a proven pathway out for the youth who need it the most. Thank you for your time and your attention.
Thank you, Cece. I think I saw another public comment.
Hi, my name is Jaquan Tiggs. I'm a Flint resident at 48507. I'm currently a student at Peckham. Since being at Peckham, I have been provided opportunities that have aligned with the goals I have for my life. I have not been in school since the 5th grade. At times, I felt overwhelmed about what to do and how to begin. Since being at Peckham, I have been able to obtain my state Michigan ID, been provided with memberships at the YMCA, been provided with one-on-one help in the classroom, have been given support with building self-confidence and believing that I can do anything I set my mind to. Peckham celebrated my first birthday in the first week of the program, which meant the world to me. The staff have become family to me. Peckham is the place where I feel safe, loved, and supported exactly as I am. Miss Cece is working with me to get my first real job and work experience. I'm so excited about the direction I'm moving and have so much hope for the future for the first time in a very long time. In the past, I would let my emotions get to me. In the past, I would let my emotions get to me, the best of me, which often resulted in me acting out and getting myself into trouble. Now when I have those same emotions, I remind myself to stay respectful because I feel Peckham has truly given me something to lose, my process, my future, the support system I have always needed. Removing Peckham would be devastating to me. No one cares like the staff here at Peckham. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello.
My name is Marlon McNair. I'm a local business owner, and I've been a partner with Peckham for 3 years. What I love about this city is I can enter a room and immediately see a mentor who made a difference in my life, Mr. Avery, or people that I grew up with from community services when my family didn't have certain resources. And one thing Peckham has shown me is that Flint, one thing we will do is pull each other up when times are hard. So with our services, we provide transportation to the school, to the jobs, from the jobs. We provide clothing when they don't have it at home, take them to laundromats, teach them chivalry and etiquette. And I think it would be a miscalculation to think that this program is just about finances. I've really seen this program touch me and my family in such a way that when there was an award program, I got to take my grandson to Lansing to see what hard work means when you fail. It's not the end, it's the beginning. And Flint is a community of beginning, you know. So I'd ask if you just reconsider these options before you, because this truly is a family, and I'm proud to be a part of that family. Thank you.
Thank you, Merlin. Additional public comments? Please state your name and your city of residence.
Kendra Atwell, Saginaw, Michigan, 48417. My name is Kendra Atwell, and I have been a teacher for a very long time. I've worked in a variety of traditional school settings throughout my career, but the model that exists today through the Genesee County Day Treatment Program, known as the Learning Center, is by far the most effective service of care model I have seen. While Montmorris provides the individualized education plans and academic instruction, the reason this program works, the reason we've seen the student outcomes change so dramatically is because of Peckham's partnerships. Peckham provides behavioral support, vocational skill building, mentoring, leadership training, service learning, and perhaps most importantly, a vision for students who often believe they had no future. Their model is trauma-informed, deeply relational, and fully aligned with the educational goals we strive for. Every month, we are informed of the Career of the Month. Peckham organizes talent tours, college visits, and vocational pathways, all of which we align with our academic programming. The real-world connection between school and career makes all the difference. When students see how their education leads to a future they actually want, they invest in it. I've watched students with poor attendance and no focus become consistent, curious, and driven to succeed. This program is evidence in what happens when community-based organizations, schools, and courts work together. And yet I was shocked, angry, and honestly to learn that Peckham's contract had been terminated without any prior warning, discussion, or collaboration. For months, we heard nothing but positive feedback from juvenile court staff about the services at Peckham. Then suddenly the contract was handed to another provider, one that does not offer the same comprehensive model, with no opportunity for the community or educational partners to weigh in. In my opinion, this process not only lacked transparency, it lacked integrity, and as an educator, it has deeply damaged my trust in leadership with the juvenile justice system. Decisions like this should not be made in private, behind closed doors. When a respected and invested partner like Peckham is treated this way, it calls into question the entire process. A true testament to this program's success is not just the reports or the credentials, it's in the kids themselves. They're working, they're not reoffending, they come back to tell us about their continued success, or they return when they need help, because they see Peckham and Mount Morris as a place of hope, compassion, and opportunity.
Thank you. Hello.
My name is Karen Udsey. I'm a resident of the city of Flint. I am the program coordinator for the Growth Opportunities Program at Peckham. Although I'm not a staff with the YCA program, the YCA program does serve as a source of referral into the programming that I oversee. So the Growth Opportunities Program is a $200 million grant. I'm sorry, a $2 million grant from the, I wish, from the Department of Labor. So it's a federal grant. So Peckham secures additional funding sources to offer these youth beyond the YCA programming. In addition to the Growth Opportunities $2 million grant, we've also received the HOPES grant, which is $315,000 federal grant also from the Department of Labor. We've received funding for Mentor Flint, which mentor matches all of our youth, and Embers, which is the trauma-based programming for young girls who've experienced trauma, and that funding comes from the Ruth Mott Foundation. So we had a whole speech prepared, but Peckham, what's important is that we serve these youth beyond the doors of the Juvenile Justice Center. Peckham also partners with schools across the county, Mount Morris, Beecher, Northridge, Hamady. We also work with Flint's own poet laureate, Samaj Brown, to offer literacy programming. Our youth have participated and been showcased in her Black Dandelion Convergent Voice work throughout the city for the past several years. So these connections go far beyond the classroom and the juvenile programs that YCA offers. We give students mentorship, hands-on experience, and confidence, helping them see a future that they may not have otherwise imagined. We've secured, that's it. Is that my, oh, that's not my time. We also work with, like Cece mentioned, we have established relationships with Hurley Medical Center, McLaren, Sheldon T. Banks Funeral Home, Northgate, Walgreens, Myers. I can pick up the phone and call or send an email to Hurley and say, hey, I've got a student that's ready for a work experience. And they'll say to me, how fast can this, when can my student begin? And I don't think that there's any other organization in the city that, has that pipeline into major community partners like Hurley. And my son has a health science degree, and I'm telling you, it took him a long time to get into the hospital doors. And so for us to have that type of, relationship where these young people have gone on to become gainfully employed by these major community partners, it's something special that Peckham has worked hard for. And so by severing the relationship with Peckham, I think that it will be a great disservice to the community, but most importantly to these young people. Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry. I have a letter that I'd like to share with you. It's written. It's an anonymous letter that was received on behalf of one of the probation officers, but, so I'd like that to be shared.
Please state your name and your city of residence.
Hi, my name is Terry Boyce. I'm from Fenton, Michigan, 48430. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to share a few words about Peckham's Kitchen Project, which is offered through our day treatment program. The Kitchen Project uses the Restaurant Ready curriculum, which is developed by the National Restaurant Association Education Foundation. Peckham has partnered with the NRAEF and has taken steps to develop and implement a universal design guidance supplement, which speaks to the importance of meeting students where they are and modifying lessons to reach all learners, ensuring success for each participant. Peckham's Kitchen Project was designed to create opportunities, especially our students who come from marginalized backgrounds or face significant barriers. Many of our participants are court-ordered to be in our program. They often come in tough and resistant, used to being told what to do and not expecting much from adults. But when they realize our program isn't about punishment, it's about believing in them, supporting them, hearing about them, they begin to open up and start seeing their own potential. We show them that there are opportunities beyond what they thought possible. Our work as a day treatment program is grounded in Peckham's core values: compassion, diversity, opportunity, excellence, pride, community, and balance. These values guide every interaction in our program. We lead with compassion because people matter to us. Celebrate their diversity and create opportunities for students to experience success. We encourage excellence in their work, pride in their progress, and a sense of community that helps them find their place in this world. Through hands-on culinary training, students learn much more than how to cook. We practice teamwork, time management, and communication, all skills that prepare them for workforce. They learn the importance of food safety, professionalism, and personal responsibility, and they start to understand what it means to show up and be a part of something bigger than themselves. We've seen incredible growth among our participants. Those who were once very resistant to guidance are now leading their peers, taking pride in their work and exploring careers in food service and hospitality, which is one of the fastest growing areas in the job market. The support from the county allows us to continue to provide the tools, ingredients, and experiences that make these transformations possible. The Kitchen Project is more than a class. It's an opportunity for our students to find meaningful employment and gain life skills. We at Peckham believe in these programs that help young people turn their challenges into opportunities and build a stronger future for themselves and our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Terry. Additional public comment? All right, we have a duo.
Yes, I was gonna ask if we can actually speak together, if that's fine.
2 minutes.
Okay. Can't do 4? I just wanna.
Sergeant Kelly, City of Flint Police Department, Genesee County resident.
Donnie Scott, a sergeant with the City of Flint Police Department as well, and I'm a Genesee County resident.
So we volunteered with Peckham this past year. This is our first time doing it. We enjoyed it. We are firm believers that investing in our youth is placing a down payment on our future. We're continuously taking away from the youth in Genesee County, but at the same time, we know that our youth is a big part in our criminal activity, our gangs, our violence, everything. We're taking all the programs that's useful for these kids, but at the same time, we want them to do better. We want them to be somebody, but we're giving them all this spare time to do whatever, and I believe that Peckham gives these kids, at least the kids that we came encounter with, a better outlook, a better start on life, better resources, and just a step forward, a head start. It's something that is very useful for the teens.
Just to piggyback off my partner, so with the program and how we got involved with Peckham, we were invited in school. They provided a space for law enforcement and the juveniles to come together and exchange ideas, not just ideas, but their experience with law enforcement, how they can better interact, how we can better interact with each other, not just one way. Because not a lot of times that we get that opportunity to speak to the youth in that capacity, especially in the field, not just the field, but the capacity that we work at the City of Flint. We work in our major crimes unit, our homicides, our shootings, our stabbings, and so forth. So being able to talk to them in a different space, in a different environment, in a space to where there was common ground, common respect, and we were able to listen to one another. So not just inside Peckham at the school, but also at the Juvenile Justice Center. We are always for lack of better terms, depositing a juvenile into the Juvenile Justice Center and never being able to go inside of a room and actually have a conversation with them. Peckham has opened that door. We have had that conversation with those youth, and as of today, when they see us, there's a different level of respect of Sergeant Scott, Sergeant Kelly, when they see us. It's not just, oh, they go to police and run the other way. So we are in support of the Peckham program, and we hope y'all can reconsider what was done. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Other public comments?
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Casey James. I'm a resident of Duran, 48429. I am here tonight to respectfully request the board to reconsider the appeal of Resolution 2025-2195 for the benefit of Genesee County youth. In my role, I have had the privilege of working with many youth across Genesee County. I have been the youth specialist for the YCA, or Youth Career Academy, for the last 2 years. And they have come to us from all different backgrounds. They all come with one desire: to change their lives in some way. I have worked in many different counties. I have worked in many different nonprofit organizations, and I can truly say Peckham is best practice forward. We meet the students where they are at while also holding them accountable to the actions that they do and the goals moving forward. Our programs act as a safety net, helping students identify, develop, and strengthen skills that need to create meaningful change, not just in their own lives, but in the communities that they live in. We provide a safe space for youth to practice emotional regulation, pursue educational and vocational goals, and discover their voice. Beyond our direct work with the students, we actively build partnerships with the community, through community service projects. With work experiences, our students begin to see that they're a caring individual and opportunities beyond Peckham. We are open and transparent in our communication, and we believe the same should be in return from our contracted partners. Peckham has received numerous national awards for our services, as recent as last month receiving the Seeds for Change Award in Detroit from the nations outside. We are deeply committed to the communities that we serve. We too believe that every community, regardless of its size, deserves access to resources and support to thrive now and into the future. For all these reasons, I respectfully urge the board to reconsider the appeal of Resolution 2025-2195 in support of the youth of Genesee County. Thank you for all your time.
Thank you. Other public comments? Good evening.
Hello, good evening. My name is Jannard Lakes. I'm a local pastor here in the city of Flint. Also do a lot of work with youth. I am a case manager with Peckham for the GO program. I am responsible for helping the young people to reconsider their critical thinking. Also, I teach the classes with them. We do mentorship. I do follow-up. Also looking, because if there's not something to deter them on the right road, then I see them at the detention center and most devastatingly sometimes at the funeral home. And so I believe that the program is a good alternative to get them to put their lives back on the right track. And so with that being, I support the program. I work at the program with all of the many other jobs that I do, but it is an asset to pour into the young people in this community to make sure that they are better citizens for us. So thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you, Pastor. Other public comments? Gone. Thank you for all those public comments.
Madam Chair?
Yeah.
Before we proceed, there's a resolution related to, there's a resolution on our Governmental Operations Committee where we will have more, I'm sure, I know I have questions and others may about some of the comments made, and I think there's some folks here from the court, but it's not appropriate for our Economic Development Committee, but in our governmental operations. So if you stick around, you'll hear us talk about it, and I think there's something before us for some action as well. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So at this time, I'd like to invite the representative from Savvy to come up. I think he has a plane to catch pretty soon. So if you can take it away, give us your name, and tell us what you have for us.
Just real brief, I just want to introduce Tony from Savvy here. He's been working with us for quite a while to get this program put together, everything that you guys have in front of you as far
Wonderful. Thank you so much. So nice to meet all of you. I'm always amazed whenever I get to come to stuff like this, just because born and raised in DC, always really nice to see how the county listens to the entire community, is looking for specific problems and actually directly responding to those problems. Again, I've grown up in a somewhat different environment, so always love seeing that. Thank you all for having me here today. Again, I'm Tony Raffa. I'm from Savvy. We are focused on helping folks with student debt, which is, about a quarter of the entire population. There's over 45 million borrowers and $1.7 trillion out there of student debt struggling with. That's okay. Okay. I can't get that to work, but that's fine. Most of it is in the packet anyways. If you can move slides, you can go to the next one, but, oh, thanks. Yeah, thank you. So again, we are student loan advocates, really driven to help folks struggling with student debt. Most of us were student loan borrowers ourselves, and we were spending time working on the nonprofit and advocacy side of this, seeing how big of an issue this was, not just for ourselves, but for so many folks out there. If any of you have ever had student debt or know people who do, it tends to be the biggest dark cloud over your head when you have it. Again, speaking from very personal experience there. What we found at Savvy, and you can go to the next slide if possible. So what we found at Savvy is just there were so many people out there struggling with student debt. Out of the many borrowers who exist, 63% of them report having difficulty making that monthly payment, and this affects all people. It affects people like me and my wife. She was right out of medical school. Our student debt payment was more than half of her take-home pay. We didn't know what to do, and we see the same thing with folks from medical school all the way to the 40% of people who have debt but no degree because they had to drop out for multiple reasons. And so it's a big challenge for a lot of people. Now, what we found is that there's also a lot of great programs out there to help these folks. In fact, there's 150 federal and state programs that folks can utilize to help them make their payments more manageable. And in some cases, for government workers or for those in the public sectors, teachers, firefighters, things of this nature, they can even get forgiveness on student debt as a reward for their service to the public. And so we thought these programs, were fantastic, but what we were finding is such a low success rate around people who were trying to utilize these programs. Now, there were a few reasons for this. The reasons are really threefold. One is there's a lack of awareness around these programs, so we work to help raise awareness. Two is the education around these programs, right? They need to figure out which of the 150 do I qualify for, what should I apply to, what is best for me and is going to give me the best path forward and the best future. And finally, and most importantly, and the real reason we started Savvy, was the lack of success for people who were applying to these programs and actually getting across the finish line. So there's many programs out there, the first repayment programs that help borrowers handle their repayments, be able to afford it month to month and not go into collections and default, started in the early 90s. And then there's also programs like public service loan forgiveness for, again, those teachers, those government workers, those public workers, that was passed through Congress and signed into law by Bush at the time in 2007. Now, what we saw for a program like public service loan forgiveness was that only 1% of the people applying to the program were getting accepted. This is not because these folks do not qualify. It's because of the challenges around the program, understanding what is a qualifying payment, how to get credit for those payments, and how to do all of the paperwork appropriately. So seeing all these problems while we were working on the advocacy side, we said, how can we solve this? And that's where we came to Savvy, which is really a tech solution for all these problems, although we use our human support team to back all of this up. Now, when you think of Savvy, the easiest way to think of it is almost like TurboTax for your student debt. There's a lot of great programs out there to help you manage all of this, but again, it can be challenging to navigate. What Savvy's gonna do is we're gonna take this very complex and laborious process, make it very simple for these borrowers, help them understand all their options in about 5 to 10 minutes by just asking them very yes and no binary questions, and then doing the heavy lifting in the background with our database, our loan sync capabilities, and everything else we do. Can you jump to the next slide for me? Thank you. So what is the effect here in Genesee? Well, in Michigan in total, we've seen 1.4 million student loan borrowers are holding about $60 billion of that debt we talked about before that's affecting the population. This should be also a credit to Michigan's education, because there are a lot of people who were able to go to college, fortunately. We see that many of these borrowers are also in Genesee. The average student loan payment for these borrowers, or the average student loan balance, is $37,000. And on top of this, 27.7% of these borrowers are in delinquency. Now, regardless of your decision with Savvy, this is something that I really want you guys to take away, just because this is what's probably most concerning to me right now, is this delinquency rate. For a long time, student loans have been paused on collections. The federal government has not been collecting on student debt, just because they were seeing how high this delinquency rate was, and they were worried about the effects it would have. Same reason they started these repayment programs in the early 90s. Now, they've restarted collections on this, and we are seeing that this is the delinquency rate. So they just restarted this in May. If these folks do not take action immediately, they will be sent to collections. They will see a credit score drop of 60 plus points, 60 probably at a minimum, and then the federal government will first take their tax refund. They'll seize their tax refund, and if that does not make them whole, they will then send them into wage garnishment, and employers will start getting wage garnishment notices up to 15%. So regardless of Savvy, it's highly important that we educate the population that they have options. They don't need to go into delinquency. They don't need to go into collections, and they can get help with all of this. So that's one important factor. Another important factor is we know there's 13,000 borrowers in Genesee who are on SAVE. SAVE is a program. Most of these programs we're talking about get passed through Congress, signed into law. SAVE is the exception to that rule. This program was never this program got held up in the courts and wasn't passed. If a borrower is on SAVE, and I talk to borrowers who don't realize this all the time, they're not getting credit towards other programs. So if they're again, a teacher, they're not getting credit towards their public service loan forgiveness, and they are accruing interest. They also will need to move off of this program in 2026 onto a new program. So again, just important that we educate people on all of this, and we're just finding that it's very, very challenging for folks. Can you jump to the next slide for me? So again, our technology helps out with all of this. I'm gonna have you jump ahead again just for the sake of time. Keep going for me. Just a bit about our impact, but sorry, keep going. One more time, sorry. One more. Another one. There we go, thank you. I just want to get to the meat so you guys can ask questions, and I want to be very cautious of your time. So again, how we do this, think TurboTax for student debt, we create a microsite when we work with people so that borrowers can engage with it just by going to a URL link. So again, we've done this with Oakland County. We're doing this with other counties. We're talking to counties like Wayne, who's about to launch this program as well, and just really help out people. And so how we do this is, again, we're going to ask really simple questions and show borrowers everything that they qualify for, how each program impacts them, and then we have a contact support button on every page where borrowers can call us and get help. Part of why that's important, calling Savvy, the wait time is less than 2 seconds. Calling your student loan servicer, the average wait time is over an hour, and the average disconnect rate is 50%. So again, this is why so many borrowers struggle and give up until they get sent to collections and it's already too late. Next slide for me. So again, we're going to check that eligibility. This is showing a bit of an example of how we ask questions. It's about 5 to 10 minutes of questions. Our database is doing most of the heavy lifting. So for instance, what do you qualify from your employer? We can figure that out because our database syncs up with the federal government's database. You just have to know your employer by name. You don't need to know all their intricate details like tax ID, address, name, all that matches up with the PSLF database. We'll cover that for you. Next slide. Another big thing here is most borrowers don't know their student loan landscape. Savvy makes it easy. You can sync your loans with us, and we will show you that full student debt landscape, making it really easy for you both to understand your debt and for us to certify that information to get you onto these programs. Again, a big thing we highlight is always educating the borrowers so they can understand what's available to them. Next slide. And then after that, again, we automate all of these forms for borrowers. So I talked about how PSLF, when we started, the success rate was only 1%. Since then, it's crept up to about 3%. I like to think we're a part of that because we have a 98% success rate on every application we send in. It really moves the needle in a big way. Again, it's really because of the challenges around understanding qualifications, understanding this paperwork. Can you jump to the next slide for me? And this is just highlighting all the different customer support that we back up our technology tools with, so you can jump ahead. And I know you guys had some questions on this, so just the impact in Oakland so far. I think we've worked with Oakland for a little bit less than a year. Over 6,000 have already visited the site. We're seeing a huge spike recently with collections just restarting, so we expect that to be much higher in the coming months. We have helped their residents manage over $50 million in debt. On average, their residents are having another $1,600 or $1,700 back in their pocket. This has led to $4.3 million in savings or reduced payments for these borrowers in Oakland. And for those who qualify for forgiveness, we have already found a lot of forgiveness for these folks and are projecting to find $27 million for those who have signed up. Again, these are those who work in government, who are the teachers and the other public servants. You can jump ahead again for me. And there you go. So I know that there were a lot of questions. I want to make sure to answer all those questions, especially on the things I talked about. So we can move to that now.
Okay, are there questions? Previous slide. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. But you can go now, yeah.
Thank you for being here.
Of course, thank you for having me.
I have a lot of questions on this. Some I'll save for later when the resolution is brought to the floor, but you listed that we have 119,000 people that have student loans in the county.
Mm-hmm.
Where's this data come from?
So that's reported by the Student Protection Bureau, or not, Student Protection Borrower Center is the name, and it is for the congressional district. So it does go slightly beyond the county, but it does take up most of the county.
So it would go all the way up into Midland?
I can get you the exact.
I know
filter.
the congressional district,
Yeah,
so that's
yeah.
what I'm at. So you're telling me it is a congressional district. So I got
Yes.
Saginaw in that 119,000, and I've got Midland then in that
Yeah,
number.
you can assume that about 30% of your adult population has student debt, if that's helpful.
Well, that would be 120, so that wouldn't add up with what you're telling me, though.
Okay.
Because so I'm understanding you clearly is, you're stating that 119,000 that's on this page here, student loan borrowers in Genesee County, there's 119,000. That is Genesee County, or is that, like you're saying, the congressional district, the 8th congressional district?
That is what is reported by the Protection Bureau for the congressional district.
Okay.
But I would say it's also accurate to say from everything we have seen that 30% of the adult population has student debt in general.
Okay.
Across the nation.
So that's a bit, forgive me, but to
Yeah.
my colleagues, that's a bit misleading, because we got a big discrepancy in numbers there then.
Okay.
Because if it's 30%, we have 400,000 people, that's 120,000 people, if my math is correct. The congressional district, though, that we're actually in represents Flint, Saginaw, and Midland, which are both two larger cities like us, basically. And that would be those counties. So I think the number's a little skewed there, but let's say your number is correct, and let's move forward with this. If 10 people were to apply on your site, how many are we actually helping?
So anyone who gets to the site gets help and education on their student debt. They can then, you will be able to see how many people have signed up for the services and actually sent in applications to get the savings, or for those who qualify, get the forgiveness. Again, that's more of a specific program for the public workers, but you can see how many people have applied and found reduced payments on their student debt.
So do you have that number? What you have, like if you had 10 people apply, what you guys get debt forgiveness on?
You got, well, I don't have those numbers in advance, but you guys would have a live dashboard where you can actively see, just like Oakland County sees, the impact of the program.
Forgive me, but I'm in sales. I sell software and I sell stuff, and I have to produce an ROI, return on my investment for my customers to make it worthwhile. And what I'm asking you for is, what should I see? Should I see 10 people? Should I see 5 people that will, out of that will be helped? Because if you're going to tell me it's one person out of 119,000 people, that's really not worth the money you're asking for at, where are we at? $180,000.
I would say you should expect to see, again, it depends on, we're gonna do a lot of work to get the program, help you guys get the program out there, just like we have for Oakland, but I would say 63% of borrowers report not being able to afford and struggling with their monthly student loan payments. So out of all those borrowers, I would say 63% are likely seeking help and struggling.
I understand they're seeking help. What I'm asking is, what percentage am I gonna help? We have tons of, as an example, we have tons of people who have mental health issues in this county. But what I would need to know is how many are getting help and how many are not getting help. So what I'm trying to find out is, do you guys have data to show, guess what, we go into a community example like Oakland County. Oakland County has X residents, I don't know what they are, I know they're larger than us. Huh? 1.2. So if I take that in the first year, you've only, out of 1.2 million, we've got 6,000 people. That's not a real, and I'm assuming you're charging them more because they're bigger than us.
Yes.
That's not a real good return on investment.
Well, we're still within the first year. I would actually say that the return on investment just from the annual savings, not even including the 27 million in forgiveness that will be achieved, is over a 10x ROI for Oakland County based off the money back in the pockets of residents.
Well, here's the thing. Those who, and it's a debate I'll have later. I'm just gonna keep asking questions from there. I'll debate with my colleagues later on whether this is right to do to people. But anyways, so realistically, what I should take, so, because the 180 is for a 1-year contract, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so they paid, I don't know what they paid, but let's say they just paid $200,000. They would basically figure that by 6,000 people were helped for $200,000. And you guys got $47 million. Am I seeing that correctly?
Yeah,
Return
$47 million of total debt managed.
Okay.
That's the debt that we are helping these people navigate.
And this is for all residents, not just municipal employees or government employees?
Yes.
Okay. If I may continue, Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
So with what we're allegedly going to pay you, here, how do you get the message out there? Are we responsible for that, or are you responsible for that?
We usually do it as a combined effort with the counties that we are working with, but you know, we take a large part of that responsibility. We have team members on the ground doing events. We do consistent webinars, different marketing and ad campaigns. We usually work with the counties to do things like mailers, depending on what that county would like to do with us. But it's usually a combined effort. We take on the bulk of it.
Do you provide in your contract then with the county or other counties a list of what you're going to do? You're going to be here so many days, you're going to do so many events, you're going to do this and that. Do you provide those things? Is it in our contract how many days you're going to spend here and how many hours you're going to spend on it?
Yes, we usually talk through how we're going to promote the program, how we're going to get people, what kind of events we're going to do, things of that nature.
But man hours, like, give you an example. If I sell you a certain piece of software and I'm going to train you on it, I guarantee I'm going to be there for 3 days to train you. I'm going to give you those 3 days. We're going to have staff there 3 days. I'd like to know how many people you're going to have on the ground when we are trying to implement these programs, or what type of advertising you're going to spend, or how you're going to participate. Working with can mean as little as, guess what, we recommend Genesee County, you spend $20,000 on one of our local TV stations. I'm trying to understand what else we're getting, and make sure we have, you're going to do those things.
Yeah.
Not you per se, but your company. So.
Yeah. I mean, we lay out some of that in all of this, but happy to get more specific if helpful. And again, our goal here is to provide as much impact as possible, so you guys want to continue working with us, just like Oakland. That is our main goal in all of this. So we want you guys to be, and I mean, our main goal at the end of the day, we're a public benefits company. Our main goal is to help as many borrowers as possible. We put mission first. That's what drives us. So, I mean, we will want to have, hopefully you guys feel the exact way Oakland feels at the end of it, where you're amazed by the impact and it's more than 10x ROI. And I feel fully confident in that. In fact, I expect it to be even more with how much of a challenge things are happening right now. Oakland started at a time where things were not as problematic. Collections weren't restarting yet. People weren't as aggressive on having to make payments again, having to find solutions. The SAVE program was still in existence. It wasn't going away. So again, I expect this to unfortunately be a more tumultuous time for borrowers than ever. So as I said, regardless of the Savvy program, I would definitely encourage educating borrowers on that and then on the fact that they have options. The whole reason these programs were created is because it doesn't just affect borrowers individually, but when borrowers default, of course, it has a humongous effect on the economy as a whole as well.
Yes, go ahead, Commissioner Shoemaker.
So everyone qualifies for this, so if I understand this correctly?
Yes.
So there's no one that doesn't? Other than people who paid for their student loans in advance by working through college, right? They get their money back.
Well, so that brings up an interesting point. I mean, everyone qualifies for this. So for a lot of borrowers, again, the program, the Public Service Loan Forgiveness Program that goes to public workers as a reward for their work is different than the repayment programs, which helps borrowers manage their monthly payments so that they do not default and are able to afford their bills. So as a perfect example, for me and my wife, my wife's student loan payment, she went to medical school. Her student loan payment was $2,647 a month. She was making $60,000 as a resident, so we couldn't afford the payment. It was a non-starter. If we did not take action on that, then we would have gone into default, gone into collections, as many borrowers do, or we might have made other decisions that we see so many borrowers make that can really negatively affect borrowers. So by having Savvy's help and by using these federal programs, we were able to reduce our payment by $261. So very impactful for us, just being able to afford our monthly payments, be able to pay our rent, save some money, and live our lives, be able to go out to restaurants, and every so often, we're both pretty busy, but stuff like that, it has just made that world of difference. And then for my wife, the other thing for her is, this isn't for, not everyone qualifies for this, but because she works at a public hospital rather than in the private sector, she also qualifies for $150,000 in forgiveness on her student debt. Again, that is a specific program meant to reward those who work in public service, but the repayment programs are out there for everyone so that they do not go into default, they can avoid collections and get the help that they need. And then the public service program is really meant to reward folks and recruit and retain folks into the public sector.
Go ahead.
Sorry, guys, but I was one that asked them to be here because I've got tons of questions.
You can also, I'll also give you my cell number after this, so you can keep going.
Is it revenue-based? So if your wife would have been making $200,000 at the time, would she have gotten forgiveness?
Yeah, so that's a great flag. It is revenue-based. That is one of the major driving factors. A lot of factors go into the programs and which ones you're going to qualify for. So you saw just a quick screenshot. I'm happy to send you more of a full demo. But the idea is it's asking, the process is very different but similar to how you would do your taxes and can be very challenging for borrowers to do on their own. It's why they struggle so much with this and why we see that success rate be so low. The federal government and the other state governments and any other of these programs wants to see your situation and why you are struggling, confirm that your struggle is real by certifying that information, and then get you onto one of these programs. So to your point, if my wife was making hundreds of thousands of dollars, then she would not have qualified for savings. That's why but 63% of borrowers struggle. The other ones, they do not struggle and would not qualify for a lesser payment.
Thank you.
Yep.
So my last question as of now, you're telling me that you've got your number of the 119,000 from the congressional district. Will the congressional district be covered then if this board or body should move forward with this contract? Or will it just be Genesee County?
It would be Genesee County, all the residents of Genesee County and any employee at the county itself.
But not anything else in the congressional district?
No.
So whatever that real number is in Genesee County is what's getting covered for the 180. Okay, thank you very much for answering my questions. I appreciate it. I appreciate the way you handle them. Appreciate the way you handle them. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
And you can Todd has my cell. Please feel free to call, ask him. We're happy to help.
Are there other questions from other commissioners?
I have one here.
Yes, Commissioner Avery.
Just one general. Is there a higher rate of approval for public loan forgiveness than if a customer or consumer was to try to get forgiveness on their own?
Yes. So again, throughout the history of the program, the success rate of public service loan forgiveness has been 3%, whereas Savvy has an over 98% success rate. It's really one of the big reasons we got started, but it goes far beyond the public service loan forgiveness program into all of these programs. The success rates are pretty rough across the board, again, because of the challenges of this. I've made the comparison to doing your taxes quite often. I would much rather do my taxes by myself than have to deal with my student loan applications by myself. So that was the real inspiration for starting this technology program with that similar mindset and similar solution to help simplify this whole process.
Thank you.
Other questions? So your business model is based on the premise of you providing a clearinghouse for 150 different streams of potential loans or scholarships or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
So that whole premise is it, and the clearinghouse perspective of it, are you also selling or assisting borrowers with finding out how they can best navigate that? I think that's what you're saying. You're a navigation service.
Yes. Yeah, we are education and navigation, and then automation of all the applications. So one thing that the tool will show, and again, I can send a video that shows like a full demo. I just wanted to be wary of time here, but the process here is again, after answering a simple questionnaire that makes it all binary, yes and no's, drop-down menus, you will be able to see which of the programs you qualify for, right? So there's 17 different repayment programs, there's 9 different forgiveness programs, and then over 150 other eligibility programs. And the idea is by using the tool, you will be able to see everything you qualify for, how each of those affect you, and which one would make the best sense for you and your path forward. So that's what we're helping out with. And then on every page of Savvy, we have a contact support button as well. Again, the technology does the majority of heavy lifting. We even have a money-back guarantee on the tool. But that being said, we just want to make sure it's easy to get help from a student loan advocate as well, because again, if you talk to anyone who's ever dealt with student loan servicers or the Department of Ed, it can be frustrating. So we want to make it painless.
Have you ever done contracts on a pilot basis for a 6-month trial period?
I think Oakland originally started out as a pilot. It was a year-long period, but we could consider something like that. I think it's great to have more time to be sure that we can help everyone, especially because sometimes applications can take a little bit of time to get processed. But that being said, we would also honor anyone's account. So if someone signed up at a various time, we would still support them through their process, make sure they got their applications and things like that.
Okay, Commissioner?
Yeah.
Tell me, how do you charge? I mean, how you come up with the number? Is it the same set fee for each person, or does it depend how much they owe? Is it, how do you come up with a fee?
Yeah, so for the counties specifically who want to do this for their residents, it's based off population. So the price that we have is directly relative to the price Oakland has based off the difference in population.
So the $180,000, that's the fee you would charge Genesee County?
Yes.
And for the residents, it would be free?
Yes, that is the idea. And so that's how Oakland is set up, and they pay $500.
Okay. But with the idea of it having a ripple effect with economic development.
Exactly. Just, again, with Oakland, it's been, as far as just money back in people's pockets this year, it's been a 10x ROI in that way. That does not include the future forgiveness and future savings that will most definitely happen, especially with the changes coming.
Thank you, Chairwoman, Dr. Brown. Thank you for being here. I know it's been a struggle. We've postponed this a few times. Appreciate you being with us tonight. The population question is of interest to me. Is that the population of the county, or is it the population of potential borrowers that could benefit?
It's based off the total population of the county.
So
yeah.
405,000 or so people.
Yes.
How much do you charge Oakland?
500,000.
500,000.
Yes.
So how big is Oakland County?
1.2.
So they have 1.2 million people. We only have 400,000.
Mm-hmm.
Is that so they're, oh, I'm sorry, they're at 500,000. We're at 180. We'd be at 180.
Yeah.
Okay. but you consider working on a deal for us, maybe? Did I hear that when Commissioner Brown was talking?
So part of what we do as well, you know, we can discuss, but part of what we do as well is a lot of this, the money that you give us up front goes right back into marketing the program, getting it out to the community. A lot of that is spent to put, you know, people on the ground, do these events, help people, especially those who are already in default. I've personally gone to a bunch of events in Oakland where I've done default help for those who are already in collections, helping them rehabilitate their loans, get on track for payments, things of that nature. So we will do all of those programs in person. So that is where a lot of that payment goes. That's part of why it's there. Whereas obviously, although Oakland is a relatively larger population, again, in that way, there are a lot of costs that we take on. So that's part of where that price came from. It still is relatively a lot lower, but we can also discuss based on any struggles you guys have.
I appreciate what you do. It's not easy being a public benefit corporation, but it's about mission and passion, so thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chairwoman.
Thank you, guys.
Commissioner Llewellyn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With your numbers for Oakland County, you say 6,000 people visited the site?
So 6,000 have used the site to understand their debt. Like, so they've interacted with the tool to get.
Do you have a
through
number for how many qualified to actually have those savings? Because that 6,000 people visited the site, obviously 6,000 people have not qualified and are saving every month, because that comes to $720 a year if it's the 6,000 people taking advantage of it.
Yeah, it's sorry, you said it's definitely. It's definitely more than 720. I will get you way more. I will get you the specific number.
Yeah, just out of curiosity, because if it's 6,000 people divided by the $4.3 million, that's $720 a month or a year, and it comes down to $60 a month. So my curiosity is, out of 6,000 people that visited, how many actually qualified for your programs, or the programs available?
Yeah.
And are saving that money or seeing that forgiveness?
Yeah, I'll get you the exact number. The 6,000 that have used the tool is also different than the amount of people who have just gone to the site.
Right.
So there are people who have just gone to the site. So part of the process is, the first question we ask is, what is your yearly income for 2025 right now, and what is your monthly student loan payment? Again, we try to frame every question as things you would know off the top of your head. That will immediately give a feedback loop of if we've already been able to identify savings. It's one of the major driving factors. Most people will find more savings as they go, but that is not considered within these frames and can be part of the process. If they see it there, they see they don't qualify, they would not further engage with the tool.
So, not to give you too much of a hard time,
Yeah.
is that 6,000 number the ones that have visited the site to understand their debt, or the number that have qualified to see that savings?
Yeah, so it's the number that have used the tool to see their options. That doesn't necessarily mean that they sent in applications for the programs. Again, another thing that comes up often, although I think that's about to change a lot with collections, is many people will, again, think, well, taxes are a little bit different because you are in big trouble if you don't do your taxes, but I've filed for extensions before, as I'm sure many people have. So a lot of people will look through it, see that the impact is tremendous, and you would be surprised that you would see, you know, so much savings and not take action right then and there. Most people do, but there's also plenty of people who don't. So that could be part of that 6,000 as well. But again, I will get you the exact number of how many people have applied, sent in their applications for these programs. Yeah.
Okay, any other questions from any other commissioners? Okay, seeing none, thank you very much, Tony, for coming to do that presentation. It's a program that is worth exploring, and so we look forward to hearing more from you.
Absolutely. And as I said, for Commissioner Schumacher, Todd has my number. Please feel free to call my cell with further questions. And I mean that regardless of your decisions, again, even if you guys don't decide to move forward, please help spread the word around just education, especially on delinquencies and default, especially on the amount of people on the SAVE program. Definitely help us spread that message regardless of your decision. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Safe travels. Okay, I think we're done with communications. Any old business? I don't think we have any old business. New business. Moving on to Resolution 2025-2387, approval of an amended agreement between Genesee County and the City of Grand Blanc to allow for updated project use of CDBG funding.
So move it.
It's been moved and supported. Any question or discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. Resolution 2025-2418, approval of an agreement between Genesee County and the Michigan Department of Transportation to provide for Genesee County's rideshare program. Is there a motion to approve?
Move it.
It's been moved and supported. Question and discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carried. We don't have any other business. I just want to thank everybody for wearing black today. All of my colleagues who are in black today are doing it in recognition of the tragedy in Grand Blanc Township. And so we do want to recognize and let people know that we are still continuing to pray for those impacted by that tragedy. So thank you, fellow commissioners. We are adjourned at 6:40.
I call the Finance Committee to order at 6:41. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Getzinger?
Yes, here, sorry.
Commissioner Kuznow?
Yeah.
Commissioner Wayhill?
Yabba dabba do.
Commissioner Shoemaker? Commissioner Lloyd?
Yes.
We now take, oh, no, I'm sorry, approval of the minutes, Resolution 25-2428. Do I
Move
have
it.
a motion?
Support.
Does anybody have any comments or questions? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. We now take time for public comment to the committee. Is there anybody that wishes to step up to the podium and make a comment to the committee? Once again, is there anybody from the public willing to make a comment or wanting to make a comment to the committee? Third time, public comment is closed. We don't have any communications, no old business I'm aware of. New business, Resolution 25-2298, approval of a purchase order to Staples for the fiscal year ending 2026, an amount not to exceed $334,855.78 to provide for the annual purchase of office supplies. The cost of this purchase order will be paid from the accounts listed in the attached spreadsheet.
Support.
Does anybody have any comments or questions? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Resolution 25-2320, approval of an agreement between Genesee County and the Flint Jewish Federation in the amount not to exceed $50,000 to provide kosher meals. The cost of this agreement will be paid from the accounts listed.
Support.
Does anybody besides me have a question? Crystal, is this the same amount as last year? Okay.
Good evening, Commissioners. Pamela Coleman, Director for G-Card. I believe it is, but I can confirm that in the morning. But I believe because the numbers have not changed.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other comments? Seeing none, all those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Resolution 25-2323, approval of a purchase order to Oliver Packaging for the fiscal year ending 2026, an amount not to exceed $74,800 to provide food packaging supplies. The cost of this purchase order will be paid from the following account.
Support.
Thank you.
Other way around.
I
yeah.
was
Sorry.
looking for a word. Thank you. Just sitting in there, Sean.
We're backwards tonight.
Anybody have any comments or questions? Seeing none, all those in favor? Aye. Opposed, motion passes. Resolution 25-2345, approval of a purchase order to Justice AV Solutions for fiscal year ending 2026, an amount not to exceed $95,031 to provide for the annual maintenance, service, and support for Genesee County Circuit, probate, in front of the court, hearing rooms, and courtrooms. The cost of this purchase order will be paid from the following account.
Move it.
Support.
Does anybody have any comments or questions? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, motion passes. Resolution 25-2346, forwarding to receive and file a copy of the paid county bills for weeks ending 9/7/25 and 9/14/25 in the total amount of $14,584,459. I'm sorry, I'm just stuttering all over .24.
Support.
Does anybody have any comments or questions on the bills? All those in favor? Aye. Opposed, motion passes. Approval to create, post, and fill one full-time health technician position, eliminating a part-time health technician position.
Move it. Support.
Anybody have any comments or questions?
If I may. Mr.
Yes,
Chair.
Mr. Shoemaker, please.
I'm just wondering, why the reason for the change, and should we expect any financial change?
Well, this is a position we had in the past that was full-time. We offset it at that time with the COVID, so the person was trying to do both. That didn't work very well. We tried to go to a part-time secretary position, and we still cannot get all the work done. Plus, with the changes in the contract, some of the things that the person has to do in a position has changed a little. So they're working with more health records and more input, and they also have to talk to the client, the patients as well, or clients.
May I continue, Mr.
Yes,
Chair?
please.
My
And
next-
it's grant funded.
Huh? It's grant funded, but how does this affect, is it a new grant, or it's
No,
it's
it's
part
an
of your
existing grant.
The grants you received at the
That's-
beginning of the year?
Yes.
So how does that affect your budget? Because obviously you budgeted funds using that same grant, so how is it gonna affect that?
Well, we received all the money, and we also eliminated a contract, and some of those things are, some of that money is also going into this, because they weren't doing what needed to be done through that contract.
So are we gonna lose service because of the loss of the contract, though?
If we don't do that work, then we wouldn't be in compliance with the contract, so.
So that's what I'm saying. So we've probably got a grant for the contract, but we gotta find a different provider for the contract to make sure it's getting done.
No.
No.
We are not getting a different provider. We're just rolling that work into this position.
Oh, so this person's gonna be taking on the work. in
They're
the
gonna be
contract.
taking on that work
We
and the work
qualify for the
that they
grant.
had, yes.
So we meet the requirements.
Yes.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Anybody else have any questions or comments? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. Mr. Getzinger, could you please take over? I'm losing my voice for some reason here.
Yes, I will. Okay, we're on number 7, correct?
Yes.
Resolution 2025-2391, approval to issue purchase orders to Cintas in an amount not to exceed $42,210 for mat replacement and other supplies.
Support.
We have moved and support. Anybody have any questions?
If I,
Commissioner
what
Shoemaker.
buildings is this for? Or what buildings are we covering?
Do we know what building this is for?
Good evening, Derek Jones, Purchasing Administrator. These are for the for this facility, it'll be the McCree Building, Circuit Court, and I believe it's the G-Card on Lippincott as well.
And there's other than mats, there's other supplies?
Correct.
Uniforms and other stuff like that?
Right, for the G-Card facility.
Thank you.
Any other questions? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Say. All right, next, Resolution 2025-2395, approval of a purchase order to mailroom for the fiscal year ending 2026 in an amount not to exceed $341,602 to provide for mail services for all county departments. The cost of this purchase order will be paid from the accounts listed.
Support.
Moved in support. Any questions? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Nay. Motion carried. Next, Resolution 2025-2398, approval of proposed budget amendment to 2025-26 appropriations resolution for various line items as described in the attached budget adjustment request.
Support.
Moved in support. Any questions? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Carried. I don't believe we have any other business, so we will adjourn at 6:50.
Our Director of Administration stepped out, I think, to get some water for Commissioner Cousineau, but I'll call it to order. Governmental operations at 6:50 p.m. Roll call. I'm here. Who else is on this committee? Say if you're here.
Here.
You're all here. See how efficient and easy that was? All right, let's have the approval of the minutes for September 17th, 2025.
Support.
Been moved and supported. Is there discussion on the motion? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion is carried. Do we have any public comment to governmental operations? Any public comment to the Governmental Operations Committee? One more time. Any public comment? All right, public comment is closed. We don't have anything listed under communications, but I did ask the Director of Administration to be prepared, or have staff be prepared, to talk about the federal shutdown and the impacts on the county, county operations, much of which are under the Governmental Operations Committee. So if we could take a few minutes to talk about the implications of, I guess we're now in day 8 of the government shutdown at the federal level.
Yep, so the major impact for the county to date has been through G-Card. I believe on October 1st, we laid off 18 staff members, and Pam, you can come up and talk about that, that were directly impacted because of the shutdown. And those were folks in our neighborhood service division, and then also in our commodities division. But we did get some good news today, I believe, from the state of Michigan about at least the commodity side of things. So you want to speak to that quickly?
Yes, again, good evening, Commissioners. Pamela Coleman, Director for G-Card. As the Administrator Freeman stated, we got some very good news when I got in this morning. I noted that in the state's system where they approve the grants, where we were waiting for them to move forward, one of the grants, which is our CSBG grant, which is the the base grant for G-Card, year 2 was approved in the system. And what that does is we get our CSBG grants, it's every year for a 2-year period. So they overlap every year when we receive the second grant, they overlap each other. Well, year 2 for the grant that we received on last year was approved in the system. What that means is because we are able to use CSBG dollars to support our other programs, my request to the state is to allow me to bring some of the staff salaries from commodities along with the program manager under that grant and allow them to softly reopen so that seniors can receive their CSFP commodities again. We probably won't make all of October, and the state has been working with us to have seniors receive their commodities at the food bank. But for November, it's very important that we are able to allow them to be able to receive their commodities. So I was very excited about that. We are currently waiting because those dollars were already received by the state, but because of the state shutdown and the pause on those approvals, when they moved year 2 of our CSBG grant, we also have the water grant that is waiting for approval. So because they did advise us, the state did advise us a week or so ago that there were several thousand grants waiting to be approved in the system. I am optimistic that our water grant will be approved soon because that is a year 2 as well. So those dollars were already allocated to the state for that program, and then that way we will be able to bring back our neighborhood services employees. They're the staff that actually They're housed here in the tower, and they assist with the homeless prevention services. So we'll be able to admit, we've gotten a lot of calls. People are, the money is on hold, but the need is still there. So to be able to potentially service them in the next couple of weeks has been a burden lifted off of me. I am very, very optimistic, and I'm very, very happy.
Do we have any questions? Mr. Shoemaker?
Thank you. Thank you for being here. How much do you think we spend a week on the commodities? How many dollars do you think we spend, or keeping that program up and running every week?
that's
You can get
a
back,
good question.
if you want to look it up and get back to me, it's something I need today. As I sat here, Pam, I was just wondering what we spend a week on.
Yes, sir, because I would have to analyze the salaries along with facility costs. Of course, we don't pay for the food that comes in from the state, so I would be able to analyze that and get you a breakdown of the week. I can tell you it's about $500,000 a year with the salaries and supplies and everything that it takes to run that operation.
Okay.
Give me a few minutes, I can come back with a number.
When you can. Thank you.
Do we have additional questions? Any discussion?
Just when you guys are done.
Okay. Thank you, Director Coleman. Piggybacking on what Commissioner Shoemaker said, I'd be interested in knowing the number of people on a daily basis, say an average, that use the commodities that haven't been served, I presume, since October 1st. Is that right?
That is correct. Now, that number I do have for you, the state gives us what they call a caseload. That is the max number of participants that we can serve for the CSFP program. So we have an allocation of 2,462 residents that we can serve per month. They've given us some flexibility because the state's allocation, of course, is based on all of the agencies that do the CSFP distribution. And because there have been some agencies who weren't able to meet their obligation, they've allowed us the opportunity to go up to 105%, which we've hit our 105%, which is over 2,500 a month. That's just with CSFP. We have had, with our TFAP, which is the Emergency Food Assistance Program, we have had to deny seniors because the need is so great. Once we reach that max, we aren't able to give them an allocation for a distribution for that month, but we supplement that denial with an emergency food assistance box. So we have distributed over 7,500 boxes for the month of July and August. We distributed about 7,500 boxes.
Okay. And this program, the commodities, is exclusive to seniors?
Yes, sir. The CSFP box is for seniors 65 and over. I'm sorry.
Okay. Do seniors actually go to the facility, or were you saying that there's providers that pick up the items and then take them somewhere to the seniors or to another location?
We have distribution sites, and there's about 7 throughout Genesee County. I know Burton Place, there's East Side where we go and we drop off the units, and the items are distributed there.
I see.
And we have residents, of course, come in to pick up their.
So they have the option of going in if they wish to do so?
Yes, sir. That's true.
To our location. And then I think my last question, is it fair to say that the commodity program and the other program that you discussed serve people all across the county?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Very welcome.
Mr. Freeman?
Yep. So thank you, Pam. The other two heavily grant-funded departments, Health Department and Planning, there's not been an impact there yet, that needs attention from this board, but we continue to monitor that because things are changing just like today. They change every day. One other item of note is through the state budget. I believe it was a Safe Cities grant that we used to get, which a while ago paid for operation of the Flint City lockup. We don't do that anymore, but also paid for the tether piece. That was eliminated out of the budget. Crystal, I think that was $280,000. 292? 292,000.
It was just signed by the governor?
Yep, that was signed yesterday. I think she signed the budget. So that is something that, there's a resolution on the agenda tonight to approve for tether. We're going to need to do tether. So probably either between now and the next meeting next week, we may bring a proposal, that will need to be waived through committee, or we may wait until the next committee meeting, but we've got to find a way to fund that as well.
Thank you, Josh. Thank you, Director Coleman.
Yes, sir. And Mr. Chair, if I may, just for the public
You may.
who is watching, I would like to note that our G-Card still has our Head Start program, of course, is still operational, but also our senior nutrition program has not had any disruption in service. So those meals are still being delivered. It's very important that for whatever reason, and it's understandable, I think our Meals on Wheels program was linked to the commodities, but they're two separate programs, and this Meals on Wheels is still being delivered.
Thank you.
Yes, sir, thank you.
All right. We have under old business, Resolution 2025-1231, approval of an agreement between Genesee County and Savvy in an amount not to exceed $180,000 to help Genesee County residents identify and apply for student loan repayment and forgiveness programs.
I'll move it.
It's been moved. Is there support? I'll support it for the purpose of discussion. It's on the floor. Is there discussion? Mr. Shoemaker.
There was a lot of conversation there's a lot of conversation that took place. I appreciate the young man being here answering questions, but I think it only brought up more questions about how many people we're serving, what the process is going to be. And then on top of it, I had Mr. Friedman, while we were sitting here, look up what's actually in the paperwork as far as what services they already provide to help us market this. The only thing is they're going to work with us on a plan. There's no funds coming from that 180. There's no boots on the ground. It's us. So I'm a little cloudy on what he brought us. I don't see the return on investment for us that he should, I believe, have provided. What Oakland County does is different. I think the numbers should have been accurate. He should have been able to figure out what we really were as far as a population instead of using the 8th congressional district, because that does give you Midland County and it does give you Saginaw County. So that's a lot of people. So if you take that number that he gave us, which is what was pulled from, those are two counties, which I think their size is between the two of them about where we are, maybe a little more. So you take that in half, now you're talking 60,000 people. I love looking in the audience and my government employees' faces when they don't agree with what I say, but it only fuels me a little more to continue on this path. Anytime we have taxpayers' dollars being spent, we should be asking, what are we going to get out of this? What are you really going to do for us? I don't think that question was cleared with him. I don't think it's a question for myself is definitely not cleared, but I have a few questions here. One, originally, where did we come up with this idea? Where did this idea come up that taxpayers of Genesee County should foot the bill for people who made a decision to go out and get a student loan to not pay that loan because either they can't or they could, because obviously it sounds like somebody who went to school and picked the right career path, if they make enough income, won't qualify. So we've also got to take that number out of this, because if they're making more than an X amount, this number up here, they're not going to qualify. So this number up here, between you take the 8th congressional district out, you take the people who don't qualify because guess what, they make too much money, it gets even smaller. And you're talking $180,000. We have something we really need coming up, which is going to be the tether program, and this is what I was talking about when I say we need to not spend money on frivolous items when we have real expenses that we have to continue to operate with. So can someone tell me where we first came up with this program? Anita, I don't know if you can, or...
I can speak to it. It was a program that was done through Oakland County and NACO and MAC, I think a couple of commissioners, maybe? Did you, Dr.
Yes,
Brown?
yes, I
Dr.
picked up the
Brown
literature.
brought it and asked us to look into it. We did, and we brought it to the board for the board to make a decision.
Yes, Mr. Shoemaker.
By the way, I like your color of tie choice. We called each other, so people know. My next question is this: do we look into other companies? Were there other companies looked into?
Todd Wattoon, Deputy Director, HR. Yeah, this is a sole source provider. There are no other companies that do what Savvy does.
Okay, because, all right, I'm gonna read you a list, and not that I trust ChatGPT that often on everything, but while I'm sitting up here, I pulled up several, and I also pulled up nonprofits that do that. You know, nonprofits are TISLA, and it also gives me notes the differences between what Savvy does and what the company does. So I've got a couple on here that say, like, Tuition IO. Do we know about Tuition IO? That's a provider of the service. So, like I said, I don't think we should be paying for other people who've made choices in life. I believe self-accountability is what made this nation great, and I continue to believe that it will too. On top of it, I don't think we looked into this fully. I think it's awful expensive. So just to give my fellow board members, if you want to keep bringing this up, I think more vetting needs to be done. But if I may continue.
You may.
You know, one of the commissioners said here, it's money back in people's pocket. No, because you're taking it out of my pocket, and you're taking it out of his pocket, you're taking it out of their pockets, people who did pay their tuition. You talk about return on investment in the county, or people can have an economic boost. I'd have an economic boost if I paid less taxes. So anytime you give to someone else, as far as the government, they say, oh, look what we've done for you. You're taking from someone else. That's how that gets paid. Because if you do the corporations, guess what you have? Josh and I had a conversation about this. You're charging a tax. They're going to charge it to us. They're going to pass it on to us if you charge a corporation. Like I said, I'm against it to begin with, but I'm also against it, and I encourage you, if you are for it, look into other options. Look into making them actually, other than just putting a plan together for you to spend marketing dollars. Because guess what? We're going to have to spend money on this to actually promote it if you're going to get it out there. Because it's clear in the resolution and their contract that they're going to advise. That's all it says in there. Like I said, hey, Mr. Freeman, look it up. I think you'll concur. I read fairly well, not as fast as probably he does, but that's exactly what's in there. If you want to do it, I just encourage you, look at other options, 1. 2, look what you're getting for your money, because by the time you take out that 8th congressional district, and by the time you take out the people who don't qualify, it's a lot smaller number than for $180,000, and I think we have bigger problems we could spend this money on, like the tether program that's going to require $280,000 to protect our residents and make sure we're doing things right. So I thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate it.
You're welcome. Do we have additional discussion on the motion? Mr. Lloyd?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a variant perspective as it relates to those who may have student loan debt. And I know with the cost of living and, what's the word I'm looking for? With unplanned expenses and emergencies and other reasons, just living, one-parent households or one-income households, things are extremely tough for people. And there are varying reasons why individuals may not have paid their student loans, equity gaps, and I could go on and on. So I don't share that sentiment, but I'm not supporting it tonight for a different reason, because I'm not comfortable with the information that was shared. Commissioner Shoemaker asked a lot of very, very important questions, and I think that some of the questions asked, there should have been answers available for them. One of the things that was alarming to me was the response about the numbers and other counties being included in it. And it doesn't mean that I don't support individuals needing help receiving assistance, but that also doesn't mean I have to approve anybody that comes before us. I just don't know much about this vendor. And with time, maybe I can learn a little bit more and be comfortable, but I'm not comfortable with supporting the resolution that's before us or the information that's been provided. I have concerns about the amount of money that the vendor is receiving and not being able to know what tangibles are truly going to be received and to what extent. Not having that data, I just think is very important. It's $180,000. So that's where I am tonight. I'm not going to support it tonight. If it passes, it passes. If it comes back to us with more information at a later time, I'll be glad to consider it, but tonight I'm not comfortable.
Do we have additional discussion? So I'm also going to vote no. I'm not philosophically opposed to this topic and the county playing a role in trying to help our residents and our employees and their families. But I do think $180,000, I assume general fund money, is a considerable amount. And we had a study session earlier where we were talking about priorities around community economic development, and I guess you could make a case that this would fit in there, but I could also make a case that other things probably fit in better. And so I'd like us to revisit this in the future, along the lines perhaps in part around what Commissioner Shoemaker said. Are there other providers? Are there nonprofits that can deliver the service more at a lower cost level? I appreciate what the young man and his colleagues are doing for the world, and also, HR. I hope you will continue to bring interesting ideas forward, even though we may not approve them in the moment.
Absolutely.
So I thank you for that. Do we have additional discussion? All those in favor, please say aye. Any opposed?
Nay.
Nay. Motion fails. Under new business, we have Resolution 2025-2296, approval of an agreement between Genesee County and Legal Services of Eastern Michigan in the amount of $140,000 to provide pre-petition and post-adjudication ancillary legal services involved in child welfare cases. The term of this agreement is from October 1, 2025 through September 30, 2026. The cost of this agreement is budgeted and will be paid from the account listed.
Move it.
Support.
Been moved and supported. Is there discussion? Mr. Shoemaker.
I'm a stickler for wondering why we don't get things early. October 1st is passed. So I believe we passed before, so I'm just wondering how good before.
Would you identify yourself if you would?
Sam Olson, I'm the probate court and juvenile administrator. Good evening. We actually, moments before this meeting, the court was notified that it did receive the CPLR grant, which, as we all know, the state budget was a little bit delayed. A component of the state budget was the CPLR grant, which funds this agreement. And so this afternoon I received notice, but I didn't want to position it in a way where we weren't in a position to actually get that state funding.
Commissioner Shoemaker.
I understand where you're coming from. I've mentioned this to us as a board, though. We approve a budget the year before, and if something changes, we change it. This would be something that we know we're generally applied for. We could approve and then have it, because we were operating the service. We didn't stop from last Wednesday to today, did we? This program was still being operated?
It's the current program. The legal services, however, is in the process of hiring a new attorney to do the attorney work. But no, the program would exist, and we, of course, engage with them with the expectation that we'll get the funding.
Yeah, and that's what I'm trying to say as a board to us. We should just approve them in advance, so they're not brought to us late, and then if something changes, go from there, so everything is the same. Guess what? We can still, because technically, we didn't approve this department to operate by not putting it in, by not passing this beforehand. Technically, this department and other departments that do this are operating without board approval and without funding. Maybe in the budget, we have not okayed what's going to be spent on in the budget. Does that make sense what I'm saying? Because I feel you're looking at me like I'm crazy, but it's just the fact is there's no authorization from us to hire this company, and yet they could be working for us. And let me give you an example, not this company, but let's say we have another one that's extended, and we know we have some of our staff that have told us this is not a qualified company. and we're still waiting on the grant, so we haven't made a change to pass it for a new company. And they do something that we don't like, and yet they're not under really contract with us because we haven't approved it. That could cause a problem legally. So I'm just not in favor. Like I said, I would like to see these things, and that's us as a board. There's nothing to do with Sam. And Sam came and met with me last week about some other things, and I really do appreciate it. But I just hate seeing things late. You know, we've criticized the city of Flint for bringing us stuff late, and yet we allow our own staff and us as a board to do that. So I think we need to be more consistent with that. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome, Mr. Shoemaker. Do we have additional discussion on the motion? So I just to play out what Commissioner Shoemaker was saying, let's say we had built it into the budget. We would have continued the service, hoping that the grant would be approved, and if it hadn't been, we'd be on the hook for the past 8 days of service, or?
Not necessarily, because the funding source itself was from directly from the grant. It's a direct distribution from the grant. It's a CPLR funded component of a greater operation. So I can't say with enough specificity whether there be a 7-day something on the hook for, but the source of the funding is not court funding for this contract.
Okay.
So we are all in a really challenging position, of course, as the board is, certainly with some of the funding.
This is the first of a couple that are the same kind of thing, right?
Correct, that's right.
Yeah. Okay, thank you, Sam. Any other discussion?
Just real
Mr.
quick.
Shoemaker.
I just want to visit on this. So if it hadn't been funded and we'd went a month without the state approving the budget, and we would provide these services, you're telling me nobody's going to pay this, nobody's going to pay Eastern Michigan?
Legal services.
Legal services, nobody's going to pay them?
I-
Somebody's got to pay. They did the work, even though we don't have a contract, they were still doing the work, or are residents going without service? It's one of the two.
It's possible. Well, I couldn't really say with enough specificity if that were to occur, but I do know the underlying contract specifies it's contingent upon payment. But no, your point is well taken, certainly. And we try to be obviously as forthright and timely with our requests, and it just so happens the state of Michigan was in a holding pattern based on our application for this grant renewal, and we actually made inquiries a number of times that says, look, we're running up to the deadline here. Is there any level of comfort or otherwise you can provide that we're gonna be able to perpetuate this agreement? And they just said, we're not able to provide that information. I didn't think it was prudent to do that without having that underlying confirmation from the state. That being said, I do understand the concern in the event that funding was pulled. There could, in theory, be some type of equitable argument that's made. Whether and to what extent that's successful, I couldn't speculate, but.
Well, like I said, I'm not totally blaming you. We as a board should have a policy that because we've approved it this amount is approved in the budget.
It's approved in the budget.
We passed.
As passed, yes, but the source of the fundings for this particular agreement would not be, part of our budget.
Well, we could, as a board, put language in there that once a grant is accepted, this would pass. If it isn't accepted, we will find alternative funding.
Yeah, and
we could
that's
pass
something
those
we've-
beforehand. Like I said, it's a gray area that concerns me down the road, that we are funding projects and programs that we don't have funding locked down for. And I realize the state and the federal government are fun to deal with, but, and we're required to pass our budget, before this. But it's just like I said, it's a pet peeve of mine. I think it puts us in a bad light. And like I said, I think as a board, maybe next year we should really moving forward, focus on taking action on this.
Do we have additional discussion? There's a motion on the floor. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion is carried. All right, Resolution 2025-2300, approval of an agreement between Genesee County and Attorneys for Indigent Defense, PLLC, in the amount of $296,500 to provide legal representation for indigent mothers who are involved with the court
Move it.
in child protective proceedings. The term of this agreement is October 1, 2025 through September 30, 2026. The cost will be paid from the accounts listed. It's been moved and supported. Is there discussion? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Nope. Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, Commissioner Kuzo.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I waited for a minute. I don't sit on this committee, so I was waiting for them.
Absolutely.
Just one question, make sure I understand this. The services are for indigent mothers who have children that are under protective proceedings where they may have lost their guardianship or their custody. Is
Yeah.
that what it is?
That's accurate. So there's 3 panels that the Family Division contracts with. There's a mother's panel, a father's panel, and a children's panel. All those panel contracts are up before the board this evening. This would be a attorney group that was bid out a couple years ago for this scope of work that would represent the mothers who don't have the, are indigent, don't have the resources to hire their own counsel. So the court has the ability and the authority to appoint counsel for them to assist them in the proceedings, whether they're adversarial or remedial or otherwise. So that would be the contract for which this attorney group
Okay.
does that work.
That clarifies it for me. Yeah, thank you.
We have additional discussion. Sam, could I ask, how many mothers are benefiting from this?
Well, I don't have the exact cases, case
I'm
load
sure it
on me, but
goes up and down.
it's quite a protracted proceeding. There's a number of abuse and neglect proceedings that are filed with the court, whether by the prosecutor or MDHS, and then through that proceeding, there are generally a moment in time where the court may take jurisdiction, may not, and then any review hearings or adversarial proceedings thereafter would involve appointed counsel. So the actual case numbers, I can be happy to give you the caseload at a later time, they're just not on me, is indicative of the actual filed cases. The actual attorney work associated with those cases is quite dramatic.
A single case could be very expensive.
Very much so, very expensive. It involves referee hearings, hearings before the judge and judges in the bench. So
Just curious to know how many people are going through this in our community. Is it 50? Is it 500?
I'd be happy to get you that
Okay.
information, but I can tell you with a level of certainty that the panels are quite busy and quite they're
And for the next one,
involved.
the next resolution's about children exclusively.
That's correct.
So I'd like a number on that one as well. if you
I'd be
could,
happy to get that for you.
so we have a sense of it. All right, is there additional, Commissioner Kuzno?
If I may. And these accounts where this money is coming from, is this from the state or is this from general fund?
A component of the next 3 contracts for the panels are from the CPLR grant. They're not fully CPLR as the legal services scope of work was, but they're augmented by local funds that's been budgeted, yes.
Okay.
And in the court's attorney line item,
Okay,
attorney line items, I should say.
thank you.
Do we have additional discussion? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion is carried. Resolution 2025-2308, approval of an agreement between Genesee County and Child Advocacy Team in an amount not to exceed $724,824 to provide legal counsel for minor children in child protective proceedings. The cost of this agreement will be paid from the accounts listed.
Move it.
It's been moved and supported. Is there discussion? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion is carried. Resolution 2025-2312, approval of a contract extension between Genesee County and Cole Williams LLC in an amount not to exceed $55,000 for a period commencing October 1, 2025 through September 30, 2026 for the Parent Support Network, which conducts parent sessions for juvenile system-involved families. Is there a motion?
Move it.
Support.
Moved and supported. Is there discussion? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion is carried. Resolution 2025-2341, approval of a contract extension between Genesee County and Paul Scott and Associates, PLLC, in the amount of $304,000 to provide legal representation for indigent fathers who are involved in child protective proceedings. The term of this extension is from October 1, 2025 through September 30, 2026.
I move it.
The cost of this extension will be paid from the accounts listed. It's been moved and supported. Is there discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion is carried. Resolution 2025-2390, approval of an agreement between Genesee County and Dr. Larry Cage, D.O., in an amount not to exceed $55,000 to provide physician services at Genesee County's Juvenile Justice Center. The term of this agreement is October 1, 2025 through September 20th, 2026. The cost of this agreement will be paid from the account listed.
I move it.
Moved and supported. Is there discussion on the motion? Commissioner Cousineau.
What is the, obviously, you know, he's not there every day for this amount of money. What is his hours? Does he come in occasionally, or is he just on call, or what?
Thank you. Chad Sharp, Director of the Juvenile Justice Center. He pretty much does about 3 to 4 times a week that he will come and provide services for the kids. Also, that includes physicals and any kind of medical issues that they might be having. He does come in an emergency situation if he can make it, but he is on call 24/7.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Do we have additional discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion is carried. Resolution 2025-2394, approval of the Genesee County Volunteer Days policy. Is there a motion? I'll move it.
Support.
It's been moved and supported. Is there discussion? Commissioner Shoemaker.
One, like I said, I'm not in favor of this, but I would like to see something in there because we've spoken about this. I'm sorry, I don't have my mic on. I apologize. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to see something under the procedural section added, the fact that we are not gonna allow any overtime for that employee during that pay period, that they take the volunteer days. Because what my fear was when we first passed this, when the contracts were being voted on, is the fact is they're gonna take a volunteer day and several people do it, we don't have enough of them, so we short staff a department, or we short staff, an example, let's say the health department, and they need to make up that time, or they need to make up their work. So then they have to work over that week because we're paying them already the 8 hours. And then the rest of that time is overtime if they work extra that week. So if they work 5 8-hour days, they take one as a service day, but they have to stay an extra 2 or 3 hours to make that up. That's what we're paying for. We're paying for the overtime then, if that makes sense. And I would like to see some language in there stating that no overtime will be worked during that pay period by that employee. Was it on there? Did I miss it?
We have additional, do you want to make,
But it should be under procedure, though.
yeah, I'm wondering, would that be in the form of an amendment, or? Sorry, I'm looking at it
Well,
now.
I understand that, but that's the application portion, but this would be procedural, so guess what? You know, I guess that's what I'm looking for more under procedural. Like I said, the board can do what they want, I'm a no vote on it anyways, but the fact is that if you read that language, you know, paid volunteer days shall not be used to create overtime. That doesn't eliminate that they're gonna work overtime that week. You're just saying they're not gonna use it to say, hey, you've worked 40 hours this week, but we're gonna give you a Saturday, we're doing volunteer days, and guess what, you're gonna get 8 hours for that. That's what that states, to create overtime. You should not be allowed to accumulate overtime within that pay period. That's what I'm looking for, and I think that's a reason, I think that would be a reasonable way to place it in there. Because I think you are gonna put due burden on departments that are short-staffed when you have these volunteer days, and there's not gonna be enough through the year, and you're gonna have a lot of people wanting them, because it's fair to the employee to make sure everyone gets them. If you are gonna give them to one, all should get them and be able to use them. So I think there's an unfair burden placed on the department, and then that's either gonna make other staff have to work extra, which you're still gonna have overtime, because somebody's gotta cover for somebody when they're not there. So I would at least put that in there. That's where I'm at, and the board can do what it wants, but I would put that under procedurals.
Are you on this Mr. Chair, are you on this committee?
He's the vice chair.
Vice Chair. My mind is, I know somebody's probably like, what? You said them, I don't remember them all.
Commissioner Lloyd.
So is that a motion or what?
Well, I can put it on there, but I'm still gonna vote no on the resolution, so I don't know if I should be the one to add it. I'm just making a recommendation.
Yeah, so say that again?
What I would wanna see under there, under the procedural section, which I think would be smart of us to.
This is page 166?
This is page, well,
Or the
on
whole thing?
It'd be on page 2
page 2,
of the policy.
you've got compensation section there.
Okay,
Employees, and I got it as 3.5 instead of 4, but no overtime shall be paid to workers. How'd I put that? No overtime shall be paid to workers for the week pay periods of service.
if you make it a motion, I'll support it.
I'm gonna put a motion on the floor for that.
All right, support.
All right, so it's been moved and supported that we amend the procedure section. Commissioner Shoemaker, would you mind reading that, just stating that one more time? So that we,
You've seen my chicken scratches, it's even hard for me to read, so.
it's okay.
And if I may,
Go ahead.
before you read it, because under compensation, it's ambiguous to that. And I believe that when this policy was written, because it doesn't say overtime, it says shift premium. So you'll receive a straight time pay plus a shift premium. That's fair. That makes sense. For volunteer hours used, it does not talk about the overtime. So I'm gonna support it because I believe that we should have it in so that it's clear.
I would place it as no overtime shall be allowed during the workers' pay period that volunteer hours took place, if that's clear.
Let me make a change to that if I
Have
can.
at it.
Okay, so it reads, employees will be paid at their normal hourly straight time rate of pay inclusive of shift premiums for volunteer hours used. No overtime pay will be paid in the use. Employees will be put at no overtime pay, no overtime compensation will be, I don't want to say allowed, but no overtime compensation will be,
Paid in lieu of volunteer hours.
yes, that's fine.
Got that, Dan?
Well, no, because that's basically what you're saying in the front. What I want to make sure is nobody is working any overtime that pay period.
Yeah, that's what that does, what we just
And,
said.
and lieu of leaves you a little broader spectrum.
said not
Ben, you got anything
eligible.
you want to add to this? Because you're a wordsmith there,
Not eligible.
that's, you know what I'm trying to say here, so I'm,
Not eligible.
yeah. Yes, not eligible for overtime during that pay period. James, that's a great way to put it, yes. Brian, go ahead. Ben, we still want to hear from you, Ben, so.
I think I do know what you're saying, but I haven't looked at the Fair Labor Standards Act, and I'm concerned that restriction of overtime might be subject to that, and I'm not sure that it's permissible. I'm not sure that it's not permissible. But I think if you've got the gist of it, the way that you've said it, and I think you've expressed your intent, without taking a look at that and having some time to tighten it up a bit, I don't know that I can add anything on the fly right here.
I wonder if we, assuming this gets to the full commission, we could amend it
Well,
on the floor.
That's something, if he could provide, summarize what
Absolutely.
what we're trying to get across, and then make sure we're
I
in our
don't
legal
know
right.
where the votes are, but if we get 3 votes to move it forward to next week, then we can offer the amendment then.
Yeah, I was thinking you wanted something right now, but that should be sufficient time to come up with something to, number one, express that it gets the intended effect, and number two, take a look at whether we would potentially run afoul of any statutes, state or federal, in prohibiting the accumulation of overtime during a period when during a pay period when someone's performing a voluntary day of service.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so I'm gonna withdraw my support at this time. Let's just move it and we can
So
follow up.
we'll withdraw the motion to amend, and we are back to the main motion.
All right, Mr. Chair, I have an amendment. I raised this in a previous discussion, and our staff at the time said that this is how they intended to administrate it anyway. There was opposition to making the change. I didn't understand it, because I just want the policy to read the way that it's going to be administered. And so under authority or responsibility, in the last, on page 1, the last paragraph under authority and responsibility, the last sentence reads, "The board office is responsible for selecting and announcing dates," period. When I raised it, the office said that the way they're going to administer it is they're going to bring the dates to us to approve, which I believe is appropriate, because we would then be authorizing the use of general fund or other fund dollars to support potentially an external cause. So what I would like to do is make a motion to amend this to reflect what our staff said that they're going to do anyway, where it says the board office is responsible for, we would change it and say the county board, the Genesee County Board of Commissioners will select,
We'll approve and announce dates.
we'd say, will approve volunteering dates. And then the board,
Dates.
yes, and then the board office will announce the dates. Right, because you all will be sending it out, but we will be approving it.
And if I may, is there, well, let me say this, that's in the form of a motion, is there support?
I'll support it.
Okay, moved and supported.
Thank you.
Question to you as the maker of the motion. You mentioned dates only, but not organizations where the volunteering would take place.
But really, it should be, it's really all of that,
Yeah, I think so.
volunteer opportunities. So we'll say, the Genesee County Board of Commissioners will approve volunteering opportunities.
Yep.
And that can include.
Which would
dates.
include the dates, times, and other logistics.
So we'll say, go
I
ahead.
assume that implied in this is that staff would solicit the opportunities or talk to the agencies, because it's really not going to be us.
It could be. It could be a member of this board that says, hey, there's some calls, whatever it is. You know, we're in the community, we're out in our districts, or whatever case
Could
may
it be
be.
either?
It could be either one,
Okay.
either way, because either way it goes,
I
it
want to
comes.
make sure that we're not
Yeah.
cutting staff off from contacting nonprofits to bring
No,
forward
no,
ideas,
no.
which we would then have to vote on.
Sure.
Okay.
And that's the only intent of this, so that whatever the source, because folks may reach our office and say, can you supply manpower and that kind of thing, then it will come to us for a vote. So the Genesee County Board of Commissioners will approve volunteering opportunities, period. The board office is responsible for announcing dates, period.
All right. So we have an amendment. It's been moved and supported, stated by the chair. Do we have discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? We have one nay and the rest are yeses, so the amendment is passed. Do we have additional discussion on the main motion? Mr. Lloyd.
I just think this is, I think it's great, especially if it's you know, great opportunities are targeted. I think that that it gives our staff even more opportunity to get out in community to support varying causes. And I just encourage us to consider, you know, big actions, big effort, where that we can have the biggest impact. You know, 2 over here, 3 over there, 4 over here. Yeah, that's some impact, but just think of the illustrative picture. If we have, you know, 300 employees, if the county's able to handle it on a particular day, supporting a particular cause, I think that it can go a long way to positively impacting Genesee County. Thank you.
All right, do we have additional discussion?
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Flewelling.
I will just say, we've discussed it a lot. I don't support the volunteer days, but because they've already been approved in the contracts, I feel that we do have to have a policy to regulate them and their usage. So I will vote to move it to the full board tonight.
Do we have additional discussion? I've got a couple things. So just to clarify, and it says what it says, but I want to make sure I understand it. So up to 16 hours a year?
Yes.
Is that right? But they have to be taken in increments of either 4 or 8 hours? And so I guess if I could do 4 half days over the course of a year. Obviously, it's got to be approved and it's the official events that we've approved as a commission, or I could do 2 full days, potentially, okay? Is it defined what organizations qualify to receive volunteers from us? Because I would want to make sure it's a nonprofit, either a 501c3 or, you know, some form of public agency. I don't see that in here.
Yeah, I guess was on, yes, it is not in there.
Say that again?
You're correct, it is not in there.
Okay. So,
But ultimately, the board would be deciding on those organizations, so.
so for example, we wouldn't want, yeah, that's right. So we would discuss that if a company, a business came to us, wanted volunteers.
Right.
We would then have that discussion at that time. Okay. Well, let's see how that goes, and if it becomes a problem, we might want to amend this. Any further discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
Motion is carried with 1 nay. Resolution 2025-2397, approval of agreement with Sentinel Offender Services, LLC, for tether and monitoring services.
Move it.
It's been
Support.
moved. Is there support?
Support.
Moved and supported. Do we have discussion? So is Commissioner Shoemaker.
My question is, once again, obviously, we're receiving funds for this before, and now we are not.
Correct.
So, do we need to create a resolution to fund this now?
No, we'll bring, we're gonna work to either get a resolution from the floor next Wednesday or get it at the board meeting just after that. We should be good.
All right, thank you.
So we do have a newcomer to the podium. Would you please introduce yourself, Captain Macy?
Sure. Captain Jillian Macy, the Executive Captain of the Genesee County Sheriff's Office. Been with the Sheriff's Office for 17 years now.
Okay. And you and Sam have worked on this topic?
Correct.
All right. Do we have any questions for the folks at the podium or anything you want to know from them? So to what you just said, Josh, are we voting on this today and moving it forward, and then
Yeah,
we'll
we
have
need
a
to
source
vote
of
on it
funding?
today and move it forward,
Okay.
so that we can, have they started yet, the new company? I know we were at the end of a contract, we're transitioning from Stop to Sentinel, correct?
That's correct. We have 30 days to finish up with the company that we're currently with Securus, and then hopefully get those contracts started
Yep.
at the end of those 30 days.
Additional discussion? How many people are on a tether at any given moment?
We currently have
Just under 200.
205 people on tether. That varies from week to week. Over the course of this past, from January 1 to October 7th, we've put 708 tethers on individuals throughout that time period.
Okay. All right. Any other discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion is carried. Thank you both. All right. Resolution 2025-2406, approval of a contract extension with Peckham Vocational Industries Incorporated, whereby Peckham will provide vocational rehabilitation services for youth in the Career Academy and Career Academy Plus program, and for youth placed into Juvenile Justice Center residential program for a 2-month term commencing October 1, 2025 through November 28, 2025, in an amount not to exceed $106,666.67 to be paid from the account listed.
I'll move it for discussion.
Support.
Moved and supported. Do we have discussion? Commissioner Lloyd.
So what I'd like to do is kind of inform the board of a meeting I had. I think it was on Sunday evening. It was on a Zoom. It was a meeting that was requested with me. Raised some of the questions raised and what my response was to some of the questions raised during the call, and then kind of transition to hear from the court as well. So I received a call from a couple leaders, pastors, one of which spoke tonight about the resolution that we voted on is September 16, 2025, Resolution 2025-2195, which is a resolution in support of rites of passage to do and that's one of my questions. The supporting information said day and evening services, and I want to know if my understanding is the contract only reflects evening services, but I'll come back to that. So I've received a couple questions asking about the action that we took as a board. Did you know that, you all took money away from another organization, impact of jobs, youth, et cetera, et cetera? I did not recall any discussion before us about taking a contract from someone, negative impact of the resolution that we passed. I know and I'm sure the rest of my colleagues considered the resolution that was before us on face value. It was for a specific vendor, rites of passage for specific amount of money for specific services. I believe that there was limited, probably no discussion on it. So one of the pastors asked if I would jump on the call with a couple leaders from Peckham, and with a little hesitancy because, they're a vendor of the county, and I understand, contracts pass, some don't, some are renewed, some are not. I was just kind of hesitant just to get that deep into it, but because of the concerns raised, I agreed to take the meeting. So I had a call with one of the young ladies that's here. She spoke earlier. Will you stand up and say your name again? Sarah Britton. Who else was on the phone, Sarah? Okay, thank you. So they got on the phone, and I just allowed them to do the talking. And they shared a number of things about, the court canceled the contract in favor of rites of passage, that they have roots in the city. They partner with the courts to develop treatment programs. Courts say that they didn't renew their contract because of cost concerns, that they had brought forth $2.5 million in grants, et cetera, et cetera. And then they, in full transparency to my colleagues, had some disparaging things to say about, they had some things to say. They had perspective that they shared. And so I indicated to them at that time, among some other things they shared, they had been in contract with the county since 2018, that they were currently working under a 3-year agreement at $640,000. The 3-year agreement was a 1-year agreement, but it had 2 renewals, that they had been working to get word on if it was being renewed. They didn't get that information, been notified that we're not going to continue to use them, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I asked them how many employees they had in Genesee County. I think they told me something like 8 or something like that, 6 to 20 employees in the county. How many employees that they have as an organization? They said 3,000. I asked them where they were based. They said Lansing. The other organization is based in Nevada. I asked them, Peckham that is, if they had other locations across the state. They say yes, Michigan, Phoenix, Kentucky, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, because I wanted to confirm if it was a Genesee County company, if you will. So she kind of shared that information, and then they raised a couple other things that I'm going to ask you specific questions about after you tell us what happened and how you came to the resolution. One of the things I expressed to them in very, very certain terms a couple times during our call was that I had not talked to the courts. I was not aware of how this came to be, certainly not had conversation with you, Mr. Olson, and that I was really in no position to give any perspective about what I thought beyond asking what I think is the most important question. How many young people are impacted? Are you aware if there are services that are in place to make sure that the youth are still served? And then how many Genesee County employees were impacted? That kind of thing. So that's where I left the conversation. I told them that I would look into the resolution, what we had voted on. I brushed myself with the information, that they asked if they should come to the board, should they provide us information. I responded to them that I'm not going to advise them on how they should approach the board or what information they should provide. I just think it would have been inappropriate for me to do that, especially as chair, and that they were free to proceed as they felt it was appropriate, to their cause and their position. So I just wanted to, for full transparency with my colleagues, wanted to inform you all of what my engagement was with Peckham, and then now you're here, which I'm glad you are, so that just as a fair slate, because we haven't heard this detail from you unless I missed it, can you just kind of walk us through how you came to the resolution for rites of passage that you brought to us. Walk us through the history. You know, what services are they providing? You know, is it different than what Peckham is providing? You know, and so on and so forth. And then I'll come back with some specific questions, and I'm sure some of my colleagues have questions as well. So the floor is on you, if it's okay, Mr. Chair. Mr. Olson.
Thank you, Commissioner Lloyd. I'd just like to start out by saying my name is Sam Olson. I'm the probate court administrator and juvenile administrator for the Family Division of the Circuit Court. Here with us this evening is the presiding judge of the Family Division, Anthony McDowell. Chad Sharp is the director of the Juvenile Justice Center, is also here this evening. As this board knows, we had a number of agreements in furtherance of the Child Care Fund that we are now before you asking for contractual engagements on. If I may, just to be, in terms of clarification, I want to directly answer your questions, Mr. Lloyd. The Evening Learning Center is a different scope of work and a different program than what Peckham Vocational currently provides. Day treatment is a term of art in the juvenile justice world, if you will, as a means for intensive engagement with youth who are court involved. The Evening Learning Center commenced last year as a program for after-school youth to go to the Juvenile Justice Center, receive counseling, a number of other services to essentially keep them out of trouble. We are satisfied that that's a good program. We came to the board earlier this month and asked for you to approve a renewal of that agreement. Myself, Judge McDowell, Chad Sharp, and other members of the juvenile justice system with the court, probation officers, referees, and otherwise, when I started in my role in April, the first thing I had to do was assess where we find ourselves in terms of child care funds, agreements, and our existing vendors. I had very close meetings with folks who know way more than I do about the subject, but it's incumbent upon me as the appointed administrator to identify areas where we can improve and areas where we can go in a different direction. I don't want to make it seem like this evening is a commentary on Peckham. Peckham fulfilled a service, they're fulfilling a service for our youth, and we have been satisfied for years that that was a good operation. We've now reached a moment in time where the court, based on analysis, fiscally and otherwise, has determined it's now time to create its own day treatment program. And there we are on the path of doing so. And so, again, I am very disappointed by the recent happenings and discussions to suggest that the court is not going to do day treatment. No, we very much are excited about the proposition of doing our own day treatment, and we intend to sustain relationships and forge new relationships under its own watch, if you will. Again, I have no commentary on any vendors or otherwise, but I found a little concern just generally as I got more experience and assessed where we were, that from a fiscal perspective and a pragmatic perspective, the court, this board, years ago, approved funding for a state-of-the-art, top-of-the-line juvenile justice center. And we intend to consolidate day treatment, residential treatment, and secure detention under the operation of the Justice Center, which is what it was built for, frankly. And we are at a moment in time where we like to embark and create our own day treatment program. And we believe we have experienced staff, personnel, more experienced than myself. We have local providers, local partners that we hope to engage with. We will come before this commission in the next couple weeks asking for you to approve the creation of a day treatment coordinator so we can embark on that mission. But the court, in all transparency, did not feel it appropriate to ask this board to approve a $640,000 contract for a vendor that we, again, no commentary on Peckham, truly. I mean, they served a purpose, but we are moving in a different direction. And this is the moment in time where, after consultation with Judge McDowell, Chad Sharp, and others, that we decided to go in that direction. And we're excited about that proposition, frankly. And so if I may answer your direct question, Rites of Passage is a vendor that does an evening learning program. Peckham does a vocational scope of services during the daytime, principally, with court-involved youth that we value, and we believe it's our responsibility to make sure we set them up for success. And to be frank, we believe that we are well-equipped to do so at this time. And I have a general unease, if you will, knowing that court-involved youth are not, may not be directly involved with court personnel who are experienced on the subject, not let alone at another location. Again, it's fine. There was a moment in time where that was a good model, and it was a good model. And there was time decades ago where every kid was court-involved would go to detention, and that was that. And then times changed where that was an archaic way of doing things. We're sending kids to Nebraska and paying $11 million annually for out-of-state care was just an appalling moment in time for the Juvenile Justice Center. We've matured, and now we're at a moment where, you know what, we don't want to send kids away. We want to keep them in the community. And it just so happens now we are at another moment in time where we want to utilize the Juvenile Justice Center with court personnel that can manage day treatment. And we are more than satisfied that the folks we have on staff now and the folks that we will be hiring to do that will carry that endeavor. So I don't mean to be long-winded, I really don't. But I was appointed by the chief judge to assess our vendors, assess our fiscal spending, and I don't take that obligation lightly. I believe that we are in a moment of change and evolution for the good, and budgets how they are, funding how it is. It's a moment in time where we need to just go in a different direction. And so we asked the court, we don't have a contract right now with Peckham because we notified them that we would not be renewing the contract. That would be a disservice to the young men and women who are currently in programming that are finishing out their certifications and those things. So we've been actively working with juvenile probation to chart a course where we can round out their programming while at the same time building a bridge while we create day treatment in-house. And so I don't mean to be long-winded. I just want to be transparent. And it's not something I have any great satisfaction in saying we're not going to be renewing your contract, but I view it as a very, very serious responsibility, and that's what I'm doing. So I hope that answers your question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. May
Commissioner
I
Lloyd.
continue, please? So, first and foremost, thank you for being here tonight. Thank you for the information you provided. You're gonna probably get a lot of questions tonight, but that's what generally happens if we vote on something and then there's, concerns raised, different perspectives raised after the fact of information we may not be aware of, and then now we have to look into it. So, please excuse the questions that I ask particularly, because I don't know where I am with this because I'm ignorant to it except what they shared and what you just shared, okay? So one of the things that one concern I'll raise, I'll start with that, is that in the information provided with us with the resolution, one of the things, there's I guess the thread that woves together what you both have to say, you and Peckham, is that Rites of Passage provides evening programming, evening learning programming, and that Rites of Passage evening, Peckham day. You said that and they said that, but then the supporting information you provided us under board action requested, it says, approve a contract extension for Rites of Passage Incorporated in an amount not to exceed $630,000 to provide, here it is, day treatment programming and evening learning center programming.
As I said at the outset, day treatment is a term of art. I don't literally mean during the day treatment. Day treatment is a term of art under the Child Care Fund, and it speaks to alternatives to detention, essentially in intensive programming. So when I say day treatment means an actual definitional thing in terms of categories of programming, if that makes sense.
I understand that.
So the evening, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead. No, go ahead.
No. So if that was a misgiving on terminology and way that sentence was structured, I'll take responsibility for that,
No, you
of course.
don't have to. It's lack of understanding on my part.
Oh, okay.
I appreciate you bringing clarity to it. I'm clear.
Thank you.
Talk about the difference between behavioral support and vocational support. Hearing from Peckham, they've talked about skilled trades and training and job placement, and there's a list of things that they mentioned, and I want you to help me sort this out. Skills group, mentoring services, vocational training. Work. I was in my truck when I took the call, so I wrote it on a piece of mail. Okay, but they serve as an employer where they place people in the jobs. The employers pay them. They pay the employee. They place them there for 8 weeks, and then after 8 weeks, if they do a good job, then companies may hire them. Industry recognized trades training. What you're talking about providing at the Juvenile Justice Center, in that center for individuals who are in that center, if I'm correct, my understanding is more behavioral training, treatment, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So help me understand if Peckham's going away, and they've been providing job placement, support, skill trades training. We heard from the 15-year-old who did a phenomenal job today, and they're on the outside of the center. And you're bringing in rites of passage who's going to do this stuff inside the Justice Training Center. And you're going to hire or utilize court employees or whoever inside the center who's providing the support to that 15-year-old that was here.
Well, if I may clarify, so the office, managed space, and otherwise, in juvenile justice, there might be a misgiving that the Juvenile Justice Center is just like a detention facility. It's not. There's a detention side, and Chad Sharp might be able to elaborate more than me because he's the director. I don't want to say anything that's not in line with what the center design is. But there is a secure detention side, and there's a day treatment open side where we have a number of different programming and things of that nature that would occur on the other side. So there might be a misunderstanding that it's just, just a center for detention and kids that are there, if you will. So we have kids who travel to the center to utilize that space in the evening program, after a certain amount of time. That space during the day would be utilized for the day treatment component that we're going to be creating. There's office space, there's therapy rooms, there's treatment rooms. And that isn't to say it's the exclusive location by all means, but that would be the management center, if you will, for the court that already has court space, has court office space, has programming, has therapy rooms. I mean, it's a fantastic center.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Many of us have toured that space. When we did the ribbon cutting, we had our first meeting in there, so familiar with the space. I wasn't aware that that you have youth coming from the outside that are coming back to the center for training. So I wasn't aware of that in terms of what you're looking to put in place. 1 second, ma'am. Let us talk through this with him at this time. And so just wanted to be clear on that. So you're saying you're going to build out the vocational piece.
Yeah, it's our intention to, among other things, establish a vocational program and establish other job placement and vocational training services.
I'm going to try to move the train a little faster. How long do you think it's going to take for you all to build that out?
Our goal is to have this in operation in early 2026.
So early 2026. Now the resolution you have in front of us for an extension for Peckham is for 2 months through the end of November.
Correct.
So that's a couple month gap where those that are getting that support won't be receiving that support if you're saying you're going to go into 2026.
Yeah, it's our intention to make sure this is, in operation this fiscal year. And so it would be irresponsible to just simply, not try to create a connection between the Peckham programming and the programming we look to embark on.
Okay.
And so of course, there'll be a time period where there's a transition period. And of course, we want to make sure that doesn't impact youth any more than it has to.
So the resolution before us, making it relevant, is for a 2-month extension.
Correct.
So talk about the impact on those youth between in December, January, February, whatever the period is that it takes for you to get what you're doing up
Well,
around?
during the time where we have an official program, if you will, we still intend to have the youth come to the center and receive education, schooling with Mount Morris. And then in that time, we look to really rely on our juvenile probation officers to identify what programming needs they may have. And so our goal is to utilize what we have there and link up on that. So there will be, of course, a time where we'll have to engage with other providers.
Here's my first personal opinion, as one voting member of the board, is that I think there's something to be said about youth being discharged from the Justice Center and moving on with their life, and them having to return for more treatment and training and whatever that looks like. It's, I'd prefer for them to leave that place and never have to look back than to have to return back there, for this kind of support. One of the things that you mentioned is about fiscal being a part of your decision. What was the fiscal implications, or what was the fiscal concern? Because I'm looking at the contract that we have before us for rites of passage, and that contract is like, we just passed it, it was like $630,000, and the contract you did with Peckham was $640,000. So I'm saying, you just asked us to approve a contract for $630. Their contract was $640. So I'm just trying to understand what was the consideration when you said, hey, we're not gonna use Peckham anymore. And we gotta be fiscal responsible. You said you take that serious, which we all appreciate that, but both of the contracts are in the same neighborhood financially.
Yeah, so that's a combined number would be $1.27 million for those two separate scopes of work. And so, yes, the fiscal consideration is that if we were to, when we create the day treatment center, we would appreciate a savings for that scope of work.
How much you think the savings will be once you do it internally?
We've done a lot of analysis, and we expect to hire probably about 3 people to start working. And then we do RFPs as needed, and we think that's the responsible way to engage with vendors. And so just as a point of discussion, a number of the contracts that were in existence weren't the product of RFPs, which at my outset was concerning. And so it just became apparent to me that if we are going to expand services and do different things, that we ought to do it the right way with the purchasing department and others. So to be frank, I didn't view any parameters on the amounts of monies that are in our contracts. I don't see budgetary guidelines that are in existence. I don't want to go into great detail about those types of concerns, but I am a little bit, I've got some pause about how these came to be and by what nature of dollar amount they started. And I'm not,
I understand.
I just don't want to
vet all of that in this.
To talk about the court's book of business and how it analyzes its folks, and I don't want to just talk anything about folks before me or otherwise. I mean, it's just a way that we think is a responsible way to move forward, is to do things in fashion that's set up with the county and with the court.
Let me ask you a question. I appreciate some of that, and I understand with the vendor sitting in here and different questions and stuff that I understand to a certain extent. For us, we're the ones that approve the resolution, and we're responsible for the actions that we take and the impact of what our votes, realization of whatever that impact is. And so that's why those questions in this setting, although, I understand, but it's important to us, because when we're getting the calls, I got to justify if there's some impact or whatever. Let me ask you this. This is a question of capacity. If you're going to hire 2 or 3 people or 4 or 5, we've seen them on the space at the center, absent bringing juveniles into the space, the detention center space, if you will, because that front corridor where those offices are, very, very nice, beautiful, not huge. You got a waiting area and a couple offices, and It's kind of like an L and that kind of thing. And then when you go to that next door, you're back into the Justice Center. Capacity in terms of space, if you're talking about you're gonna do skilled trades training or whatever that, and what about staff? If you're gonna hire 3 people, 4 or 5, is that enough staff ultimately to provide the level of support that the Peckham has been providing since 2018?
Yes, we're quite satisfied that from a staffing perspective, we have folks that are already program aides and youth specialists working in the facility who can cross-train, and Chad can speak with more particularity on that. And separately, it's not as if the court is abandoning its other providers for support. We have several providers that are supporting our youth. We have a presence with Genesee Health System in the facility. We have program aides and youth specialists who work with the kids, whether it's the detention side, whether it's the treatment side. We have a presence with the sheriff's representative who's in the facility. We have a number of folks in that facility that we're quite satisfied. We are at a moment in time where we can do a really exciting transition without completely mimicking the dollar amount that would necessitate what Peckham is providing. And so to say that it's an isolated moment, an isolated scope of work is not really understanding the full grasp of services that we were trying to create and do have for our youth. And so I'll let Chad, I'm sorry I'm long-winded, but I'll let Mr. Sharp talk about the actual space and kind of what things we might have as far as folks we're going to look to hire.
Thank you, Chad Sharp, Director of the Juvenile Justice Center. So if you look at the space, you look at it as a triad model, if you will. So you have like a secure detention side, and we just got approved September 25th of this year for a residential treatment programming. So we actually have the opportunity of our young men and young women in this program to actually come out of the secure side and go to a day treatment programming. The staff, so we created a scheduling that the staff that work in the residential treatment side that has training and treatment will rotate into that day treatment program. So we have 2 full-time youth specialists that we would consider, and then a day treatment coordinator or somebody overseeing that position or that area. I think eventually there might be need or services that we can't provide, and I think we'd start looking outward for those individuals or that kind of programming, which may be any of these partnerships that we currently have. Did that answer your question?
It does about space. I have more questions, but I'm gonna digress for other colleagues to speak, and I'll come back with a couple more.
Commissioner Flewelling.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sam, if I may, a question, just for clarification, I think mostly. So we were provided with an email with this pack that we got earlier that states the contract would be terminated November 28th, 2026. This is looking at November 28th, 2025 to extend it.
Well, that may be a scrivener's error, I'm not sure, but I'm looking at the agenda, and the resolution expires November 28th, 2025.
Right,
Oh, yeah, sorry, for a point of clarification, it would be a 2-month period of time to facilitate
Right,
transition.
and this was just an email that was provided by the people from Peckham that came to them terminating the contract effective November 28th, 2026.
That would have been a scrivener's error, I suppose, if that's how it was.
Okay. So at any time, did you intend to keep the contract active for another 14 months, 12 months, 13 months?
No, that was for November, till the end of November of this.
Okay.
Yeah, so.
Okay, thank you.
All right, do we have additional discussion?
Yeah,
Commissioner
just-
Cousineau? I'm sorry, Commissioner Winfrey first.
Did you ever state how much you would actually save by bringing it in-house?
We envision a savings this fiscal year of approximately about $400,000 on the actual apples to oranges comparison.
So hiring 3 additional staff given that the current contract is $640,000,
Correct.
how much would bringing it in-house cost totally?
Well, this, from a personnel perspective, we believe would be probably around 200,000. And again, we haven't embarked on that yet. And so, our first course of action would be to hire a day treatment coordinator to assess the space and identify if, what additional supporting staff may be needed. There may not be too much additional staff required at this time because we do have a complement of staff that are currently working in the center.
Yep.
But we do know that the first hire would be a day treatment coordinator.
So what was the length of Peckham's contract? From what date did it begin and what date did it end?
Well, my review of the contractual agreements indicates last year, the year that just concluded, would have been a contract executed for 24-25 with 3 additional extensions attached to it. And so that would have been a new contract, if you will, that started last year.
So it would have started last
Under the current.
October 1st?
Correct, under the current agreement, no, I shouldn't say current, but the agreement that was potentially an extension for this year.
So if we approved it October 1st and it was expected to terminate September 30th of this year?
Yeah, it was a 1-year agreement that expired September 30th. That's accurate, yeah.
That's all I have.
Commissioner Cousineau.
I hate doing this again, but, you know, going back to historical, because I've been here so dang long, but the whole building of the juvenile detention center was designed around changing a whole concept of how the youth in our county were treated and taken care of, and hopefully brought back into the mainstream of normal accepted society. And in the process, you know, it was a battle back in 2016 just to get the board to agree to do the new center. Somewhere in there shortly thereafter, we also took made the decision to, being the board, or the judges, who were all in unison in pushing this project forward, they wanted to take over the operation of the juvenile department, instead of it being a separate department run by the county like it had. And at the time, you outlined a lot of these things, and I know everybody here is new, and you're just trying to, you know, understand, you know, what's been going on. But you slowly have changed how you interact with the youth, and by extension, their family, and et cetera, changing their environment. And so I understand what you're doing here and trying to do. And I know that you don't have anything bad to say about anything that's gone on in the past, but it's time to change. And whenever you do change, we deal with it all the time. The people that it affects, you get pushback. And it's been my experience that the people will push back and start with what I call the lowest hanging fruit. And I don't mean to say that from a derogatory standpoint, but they tend to try to pick the commissioners off one by one to change whatever we've tried to change and whatever you're trying to change. And so that's just my general observation of what's going on here behind the scenes. And I just want to say that I appreciate, Sam, you've been around forever, and Judge McDonald, I've dealt with him forever, back when he was in a different position. You guys have done a tremendous job in this community in changing over the function of how that juvenile detention center works. Obviously, what the county had been doing for decades prior to that wasn't working, and so slowly but surely, what are we, 8 years into this doggone thing now since I've been here, and we first started sitting down to talk about how to change the function of that system. And I just want to thank you and Judge back there for doing what you've done and continue doing it. I know it's a tough job, and it is, and it's tough bringing everybody along as you progress with your new vision. One of your predecessors, Rhonda, how do you pronounce her last name? I am, or whatever it was. She was really quite adamant in taking care of our youth and moving in this direction. I'm starting to ramble here a little bit, but
I truly appreciate those comments, Commissioner, and it is an evolution, and Rhonda set the standard and got us on a way of doing things, and it's just a moment in time.
And you continue that, yeah. And it's a moment of time for another change, and I understand that. Thank you.
We have additional discussion. Commissioner Avery.
All right, thank you. I just want to make sure that we're not glossing over, because we're all representing Genesee County. Understand about evolution and things, but I just want to make sure that we're doing things in a decent manner. If we're going to have a reversal of contract, or if there's going to be conversations of changing, with these amount of dollars being involved and what that could cause a business or a company to have to adjust to, I just want to make sure that there was transparency as far as there was going to be a change in a considerate time. I know that we've made some changes in some of our contracts and things, but I think it behooves us, because we're representing as a county, even though you're the courts, it's still Genesee County, and we're making decisions on things. And I somewhat felt, now that we've looked at the information, that we're a little bit, I don't want to say misled, but there was some information that wasn't given to us, and we made this major decision that does change lives, not only just the cause of what they're doing, but also the cause of the employer themselves. So I just want to make sure that we're being courteous in that manner when you're talking about this degree of a change. I mean, I don't think we should gloss over it. I mean, because there's still lives that could be, I'm not sure of the time frame, but I'm not clear if the Peckham company was an assumption that they were going to be renewed of a contract by any kind of verbiage or a written document or what have you. That could cause that company to go into a good grace of preparing for another year of a contract. Okay, so that's kind of what my concern is, making sure that we're abreast, when we're making a change like this. This is not just a switch over, like, a one play to another. This is a major change. And I just want to make sure that we're on the same page as far as making sure that our contract partners are given enough time for adjustments, if that has to be made.
Okay, I understand.
Okay.
Sam, would you address that in more detail?
Yes,
Was
I'm sorry.
Peckham under the impression that they were going to continue, and when did they find?
It was an intention. It was a timing issue. There was an intention at the outset to see where we could find ourselves in a renewal pattern for the year. It became apparent that it wasn't be appropriate to have this board opine and enter a decision when we frankly were made the decision that we wanted to go in a different direction and do so. And so, yeah, I can appreciate that. And it was a matter of either renewing it and then issuing a termination mid-year that would have required a 30-day notice, or just being forthright and say, look, our intentions have changed, and we'd like to, still stay with you for 2 months while we facilitate this change. And yes, certainly, I mean, we're at a planning point of time where we decided that it wouldn't be appropriate or proper or otherwise to ask this board to engage in a substantial contract when we couldn't have the fidelity and confidence behind that. And so I'm disappointed by the events, and we don't, we have great respect for everybody who works with kids, the utmost respect. And we are not in a position to fund or otherwise everybody's operation, so we appreciate the fact that other people are involved. And it takes a lot of people to help our kids. And so we thought it appropriate to allow for a couple months to facilitate that relationship. And so, yes, I can say that certainly there was a moment in time where it came a timing decision, and we opted as a court to say, well, we don't want to bind the court from a contractual perspective without fidelity behind that, if that makes sense.
So you're saying the 2 months that you've extended is your, I guess, grace of bridging the transition?
Yeah, that's what we
Is
try
that
to
what
be
you're trying-
responsible with that, and again, as
Go ahead.
Commissioner Kuzno intimated, I mean, a changes can be challenging, and we don't take that lightly, and we believe that was the best way to facilitate transition.
Okay, excuse me for not
But-
going to you first, Chair. I meant to go to you before I responded, so.
Commissioner
I'm sorry.
Avery. There you go. Oh,
Yeah,
sorry.
I just didn't
Okay,
properly address the
Thank you.
second. Okay.
Looks like Commissioner.
Following up,
That's it.
was there any kind of conversation with Peckham, given them any kind of notice that you were thinking of leaving, or when did you talk with them about, like, where you're ending it? I mean, I've
Well, we
heard you
didn't-
say you've talked to them at all.
We intended to renew, and then we just decided that now is the time to not do that.
So,
And
so
so-
when you decided that, though, was there any conversation with
We didn't
Peckham?
have a phone call conversation, no, we did not do that.
How did you notify them?
We sent them a letter after consultation with purchasing and corporation counsel.
With how much notice?
Well, we gave them till the end of November.
Commissioner Shoemaker, are you wanting the floor?
If okay.
You may.
So,
Yep.
I would, to move this forward, I think this is what I would recommend for tonight. One, we pass the resolution here and we move forward. We have Sam come in and kind of update us on what they have planned and how their transition's gonna go, and then update us consistently how it's moving forward for now, so we can see what we think. I understand what they're trying to do. I was here when we built the juvenile justice center. I mean, I came in the late part. We approved the plans on the building, and then we met with Judge Godola over his plans to kind of change the way they administered the sentencing and the way they handled the youth. I see where you guys are trying to go. I understand you're trying to be cost-effective, too. I am under the impression, so everybody understands this, though, I live in the business world, and guess what? If my contract's up, the people I deal with, they don't have to give me notice, it's just up. That's real world. 2 months, and being honest, I think is fair. They don't need a phone call. Number one, phone calls don't mean anything, because you can't back those up. You need it in writing. You need things in writing, because if you ever have to go to court, you want an email or you want something else. So I don't see why we're stuck on those schematics. What I would recommend is, let's pass this. Let's have Sam and everybody come back and kind of give us an update on where they are, what their plans are, so we understand their plans a little clearer, because there was a lot spoken tonight. And I think that would be the best way to move forward, and we could plan on them come back before even the end of October, if that would be okay with them, to kind of update on what their true agenda is. And that would still give us time to act if we want to change things by December.
So you're welcome, Mr. Shoemaker. I know Commissioner Lloyd has a couple more, but I have a couple questions. Did I hear you say that you were going to bring a position forward in a couple of weeks related to transitioning to an internal program?
That's right, our intention would be to try to hire somebody as a day treatment coordinator to facilitate the operation that we've been discussing.
Okay, I think probably that would be the most optimal or appropriate time to do what Commissioner Shoemaker has described, which is to explain the vision. and the connection from, to the vision and this position?
Yeah, we're very excited about this,
Okay.
and I appreciate that
Yeah.
opportunity to do that.
I'm still trying to figure out the resolution that we passed back in September. I think it was the 12th, based on something that Commissioner Lloyd read, for rites of passage. Is it right or rights? Rights? Right?
Rite of passage.
Rite of passage. Was that the trigger related to discontinuing with Peckham, or that's totally unrelated?
Just I gotta be frank, they're just separate scopes of work.
Okay, so that's what I'm picking up, but I don't think that's been explained very well.
I don't mean to be this way.
Here comes the judge.
Okay.
I also had to go through all these contracts as an outsider, so I have the benefit of being like, we're doing what exactly?
Judge, identify yourself, and then I'll give you the floor.
All right, Judge McDowell, Judge Anthony McDowell. Commissioner, I had the exact same situation where we basically had to sit down and go over all the contracts that we have for the Juvenile Justice Center and other, you saw a bunch of contracts today. And we found that there were 20 contracts, and 5 of those went out for RFP. And maybe about 5 of those were grants or were very clearly other government operations, those sorts of things. Well, we found a lot of sole source situations. And so we wanted to look at those and figure out what we're doing. Included in that, rite of passage. That is evening learning center that's dealing with mental health services for kids. I'm the person one of the 3 people who order people to Peckham or to the evening learning center. 2 different things. And I've had to talk to the kids about, and when they come up in front of me, what are they doing? Evening learning center, rite of passage, it's behavioral, it's mental health services, it's kids who are working on dysregulation skills or how they can manage the situation. Count to 10, breathe before you do something, a lot of the kind of stuff that kids need to learn. And so that's what's happening in the evening learning center, where the Peckham program is doing great work on the vocational side of things. I've got kids who are getting ServPro certified, and they're getting skills in kitchens and all those sorts of things, and that's great, and that's awesome. And we've seen some really good success stories there. But what we're also seeing is that we're serving a lot of times about 5 kids in Peckham. And one of the things that Commissioner Lloyd pointed out was, well, are the kids going to have to come back? Well, most of those kids that are in Peckham are coming back. At the Juvenile Justice Center, the Peckham services are being offered in the day treatment side currently in the Juvenile Justice Center, right? So that is already happening. So it's really just who's going to be providing those services? And we made it very clear that we want to make sure that we didn't say anything negative about Peckham at all, because there's a very real possibility that we're going to RFP out these services, and Peckham would be one of those vendors that we would like to RFP out. It's just, are we going to RFP out for everything that they are offering us right now? Or will we be able to take court employees, county employees, who could serve multiple roles, because they could serve roles in the juvenile justice day treatment side and on the detention side, because they'd be trained in both places, and they could offer those services in both places, and maybe they can't offer all the services. Maybe we still need to have that ServPro contract. Well, that's great. Let's put that out for RFP. Let's put that out for bid. And I think there's going to be a time where we're going to come back and we're going to say, so remember that long conversation we had about vocational services? We need to RFP that out now. But now we know what services we can offer within the Juvenile Justice Center, within the staff that already are at the Juvenile Justice Center, and what ones we can't. So there's the rites passage separate contract that already existed last year. And I think one of the concerns from the court side of things that I wanted to stress was, one of the concerns was, do we go before the board and then say, we want to extend this contract for a year, and then contractually we could break it at any time? We wouldn't come before the board. There wouldn't be a conversation about that contract extension. It would have been undercover. It wouldn't have been open and honest in saying, it's time for us to make this transition, and we want to be open and honest about it, the fact that it's time to make that transition, and we want to have these conversations about what do the commissioners expect of the Juvenile Justice Center and what does the court expect of the Juvenile Justice Center, we want to have those conversations out loud. We don't want it to be under, we could have done the contract for a year extension, 6 months in, we're quitting. 30 days notice. The contract would have allowed that to happen, and it wouldn't have come before the board. It wouldn't have been a conversation like we're having now, which I think is a productive one. And also, as the person who orders these kids to go to these services and sees the benefit of it, I'm also really glad that there's so many people who care, and also that we have this many people who are coming forward and saying, this has been a success. I'm seeing it too. And I want to be able to make sure that those services continue. So I think one of the things is rite of passage, separate contract that already existed, already was providing a different thing, mental health services. Peckham, different contract for a different thing that probably will need to come back out and do an RFP for, but we won't know what we need to RFP for until we figure out what we can do in-house. Once we figure out what we can do in-house, then we're probably gonna have to come back and say, okay, now we know that we need help in this particular space that we couldn't do before.
So the reason I asked is that our under public comment on Dr. Brown's committee, the folks seem certain that if we repealed or revisited the resolution for rite of passage and withdrew it somehow, that would allow Peckham to stay. But it's not that resolution that is displacing, if I can use that word, Peckham. It's really the decision to do what Commissioner Cousineau and Commissioner Shoemaker are referring to, the continuing to implement over time the philosophy that was envisioned for the Juvenile Justice Center. And so it's really the decision of you all as experts deciding we can do this internally. It has nothing to do with the rite of passage contract. Is that fair?
Correct.
Okay.
That language that Commissioner Lloyd pointed out where it says day treatment is confusing because it's using a term of art that makes it seem like that was a supplant. No, rite of passage is getting the same exact contract that it was getting last year to provide the same exact services that it was providing last year.
The issue with Peckham isn't that the commission took away their contract. It's that you all are recommending or have decided, I guess, that you don't wish to extend them because you want to go in a different direction, as you've said, in terms of what you think is best for the Juvenile Justice Center and the youth that are served. The way to implement that decision is this resolution in part, where we extend them for 2 months so that they can continue to work because you're not ready to implement your solution. The next piece of it is in a couple weeks bringing us this position of coordinator or whatever the title is, and then explaining to us the larger vision and how that role will help implement it. And then, so our role in this is to either vote yes or no tonight, and then in a couple weeks, vote, assuming we approve this, and there's a majority for it, we adopt the position or approve the position. Is that a fair summary?
Excellent summation, yes.
Yeah, the big issue is just extending the contract at this time. Otherwise, there is no contract. As Commissioner Shoemaker pointed out on a completely different issue, we have to extend the contract in some fashion for us to be able to continue to provide services. Right now, there's not
Maybe I'm the only one that didn't get that, but I will yield. Thank you, Judge. I will yield to my colleague, the chair of the commission.
Thank you. In conclusion, thank you so much for the information you provided. Some of the things that you spoke to are questions I asked Peckham on the phone, and the difference between day and evening. And I said, well, wait a minute. You said you're doing something different than them, so why do you care about the contract? That's something I raised. The other thing that I raised during the call was, ultimately, the court, you had the autonomy to go in a different direction if that's what you choose to do. I don't have an issue with that. You have the right to say as a judicial branch, hey, we want to take this in-house, we want to do that. That's fine. What I will raise to you in conclusion is this, is that, and I understand you may not have anticipated the interest concerns, even the comments here tonight, I didn't anticipate it. But when those kinds of questions are raised, after an action we take, then I'm one who's going to dig into it a little bit more, and that's why I'm glad you're here to understand it, because I literally couldn't explain what I'd voted on, right? And so one thing I encourage the court is that, if you're making decisions that, and you're aware that there's going to be some concern or some trepidation of folks, reach out to us, schedule a meeting so we can sit down and so that we can better understand exactly what's happening, because everybody doesn't have the benefit of being here when these two were here, and so we're ignorant to that. What we know is there's a couple folks that were in here who aren't picking us off. They're very respected individuals. I'm not suggesting anybody said otherwise, but very respected individuals that I respect, and there's no relationship outside of they do great work in community, that if they raise something about our vote, I'm going to say, well, let me check into that and figure out what happened here, because I can't explain it. These are a couple of concerns, and I'm going to support the resolution tonight, but these are two concerns that I raise. Number one, a concern for timing. I don't have an issue with a change being made, but when you talk about 2 months, sometimes it takes 60 days just to interview and onboard and get somebody into a role, and by then, their contract would have been done, which takes me to the second point. That's my top concerns. As I communicated to Peckham on the phone, and they're not in the room with me saying it, it brings me to the impact on the youth who are currently being served by that vendor. So transitioning, no concern. 2 months is what I'm concerned about. Does that truly, and I don't believe it does based on what you said, does it give you enough time to build out comparable programming? 2 months, because you may not have 3 people onboarded in 2 months. That's a concern. That impacts the youth. Other concern that I have is the capacity. Right now, very important trainings that they have, job placement. That's very important. I know I get calls about youth looking for jobs. Don't even have many places to call to try to hook them up, if you will, or get them aligned. But job placement, having that in place in 2 months. How are you going to do it? Skilled trades training, right? How are you going to do it? The vocational training, how are you going to do it? If in 60 days, you may not even have 3 people in place. So that's impact on you. Ultimately, that's on you all. What we have before us is the resolution we have. Just want to raise those 3 pieces. Give us a heads up. That'd be helpful. 2, concerned of timing. I think you're cutting it close. It seems like this may take, 6, 9 months, a year to build this out where it doesn't negatively impact you. Something to think about. And then the last piece is, which is the most important thing, the impact to the youth. The decision you're making impacts young people that don't have many alternatives in community, and we have to make sure that even in the transition, yes, you can do it. Yes, you didn't have to bring it to us, but what's important to me is that we're bringing those young people that are not Peckham, but the young people along with us, so they understand how this impacts them, that there'll be a landing place, this is a time period and all of that, and it doesn't seem like that work was done on the front end, but I'm confident that you'll do it on the back end. That's all I have to say.
We do have a motion on the floor. Thank you, gentlemen. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Your public service.
I did want to say for Commissioner Shoemaker, I think it was your question, the child protective proceedings, or Commissioner Kuzno, 244 new filings last year for child protective proceedings. So that's or 300 in 2023. So that's about how many, but those have reviews nearly constantly. So you have about 300 cases, but you're constantly checking in on those families and seeing how they're doing. So that, as it related to the child protective proceeding question earlier. So thank you very much.
Mr. Chair, one final question. Realistically, seriously, realistically, how long is it going to take you to build this out where it's comparable and you're able to serve those youth? 2 months is not it. Let's be honest, that's not it. What's the realistic time period?
Yeah, and Commissioner Lloyd, the exact same thing that you said was the first thing I said when, well, maybe my second thing, because I was a lawyer. I said, well, what's the contract say? So that was the first thing I said. But the second thing I said when it was brought to my table was basically, I have kids who I see every month who are getting these services. How do we make sure that that transition works? I've got a kid who's gonna get his certification, and I need to make sure that he gets that certification, because he's not graduating high school, but he's gonna get that CertPro certification, and I wanna make sure that that happens. And so that volley happened in-house, and we said, okay, so let's go back to juvenile probation and say, how much time do you need for these kids who are currently receiving services? They are mid-process to complete the certifications that they're working on. And that's how we got that date back, whereas from the juvenile probation officers who work directly with these kids, because that's how they end up in Peckham, is we order them to go to Peckham, and juvenile probation follows up with them sometimes once a week, sometimes monthly, about how it's going in Peckham. And so I asked, that was one of my questions as well, because my job is to make it so these kids thrive, they don't graduate to the adult system, and I'm filling their cup so that they can succeed. And I get to see, luckily, I'm in the great fortune that I get to see those kids come into my courtroom and say, thank you so much for believing in me, for making it possible, and for giving me these services, which putting a kid on probation, then they come and sit thank you at the end of it is like fantastic experience, right? So that was one of my great concerns as well. I am concerned about the transition, but one of the things that I've got to remember is we already have staff in the Juvenile Justice Center who are serving these kids, who are trained, who are capable of serving these kids in a lot of ways. We already have Mount Morris on site. We have lots of other services on site, and one of the big things that these guys are going to have the hard work of doing is figuring out how do we make that vocational thing happen, and they're going to have to hit the ground running and figuring out that solution. And I agree, it's a concern, but what my bigger concern was kids that were mid-program. Now, I'm not going to order a kid into Peckham today because I know it's not going to be there. But my concern was the kid who was already in Peckham and made sure that they were going to get their certifications that they've been working so hard for the last however many weeks.
So just so I'm clear, and I'm concluding with this. The resolution before us is relevant to the resolution for the 2 months allows the youth in the program that are in the midst of a program to complete the program, which is important, right?
That was the question I asked, and the answer I got was November 28th.
Okay, I'm clear.
Yep.
But the 2 months is not, the purpose of the 2 months is not so you can build out the programs. That's not accounted for with this. This is specific, getting the kids through the program, and then the other piece is not really accounted for yet.
Exactly.
Okay,
And I think
I'm clear.
one of the problems with that, Commissioner Lloyd, was certainly going to be, are we going to be in-house with our staff right next to the Peckham staff being like, hey, we're building a vocational program here. Don't worry about the fact that we're building a vocational program right next to you, right? We wanted this to be clear and open, and there's going to be a transition, and there's probably going to be a moment where you got to build it up. But that is a natural part of the progression, and this is a walk to run moment, and I think that we are going to have to stumble a little bit in that walk to run moment, but I'm very hopeful, and I know we've got a good team that is going to do everything they can to make sure these kids are taken care of.
Thank you for your time. I can explain what's happening here now. Thanks.
Thank you, gentlemen. Resolution 2406, all those in favor, please say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion is carried. Resolution 2025-2419, approval of the annual evaluation of direct reports policy.
Move it.
Support.
It's been moved and supported. Is there discussion? All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion is carried. Resolution 2025-2433, approval of a blanket purchase order for FY 25-26 to Bob Barker Company for the purchase of clothing, hygiene, and housing supplies for the Juvenile Justice Center. It's been moved and supported. Is there discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion is carried. We have no other business. As far as I know, we are adjourned at 8:47.
Okay, we're calling the Human Services Committee to order at 8:47. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Winfrey?
Here.
Commissioner Avery?
Here.
Commissioner Getzinger?
Here.
Commissioner Kuznow?
Here.
Commissioner Lloyd?
And we'll entertain a motion to approve the minutes.
So moved.
Support.
Properly moved and supported. Any discussion? All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes have it, motion carries. Any public comments to this committee? Any public comments to this committee? Any public comments to this committee? Public comments are now closed. No communications. Well, I'm sorry, there are communications from the Genesee County Medical Control Authority. Yes, sir, you've been waiting a long time.
No
Please
problem.
state your name and.
Yeah, my name is Bruce Trevithick. I'm the Executive Director of the Genesee County Medical Control Authority. Does this work? Try it. Excellent, excellent. So I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you tonight. I know a few weeks ago you had an opportunity to hear from researchers that were studying the EMS system in Genesee County. And I think during that presentation, which I had a chance to watch, there were questions, I think, from you about what is the Medical Control Authority? What is their role? How do they function? You folks support us through some funding, and I thought it would be make a lot of sense for me to come in here and help you understand who we are as you delve into that research a little further that was provided to you. So first of all, we are a statutory entity created under the Public Health Code. Medical control authorities have been in existence since 1990. And it's in a very weird situation. First of all, let me say we are the complete oversight of EMS in Genesee County. The statute gives us responsibility for managing EMS agencies and personnel and overseeing the entire system. We cannot create or design the system. All we can do is oversee it. So if somebody is concerned about how ambulances are placed or how services are provided, that's not something we do. What we do is just simply oversee what exists and the way it exists. The governance responsibility in the state statute is given to the hospitals in the area. I can tell you that hospitals typically are not interested in pre-hospital care. There's a few particular areas that they would be interested in, but for the most part, they are not interested in being the managers of this endeavor. However, the law says they are supposed to do it. It is an unfunded mandate, and hospitals do it to the extent that they absolutely have to do it. I can tell you that without the support of this board, the hospitals would not be able to provide us enough funding to do the things I'm going to talk to you about tonight and what we do. And the oversight of the system in the county would be significantly depleted. So we operate under a series of protocols. That's everything that we do is protocol driven. If it isn't written in protocol approved by the state, we can't do it. So currently we have 197 treatment and operational protocols we operate under, and they have the force of law. This has been reaffirmed through statute, not just through statute, but also through court rulings. And we are required to have a physician medical director who is an emergency department physician, which we have. Our current medical director is Dr. Michael Polito with McLaren Flint. So this kind of gives you a organizational chart of what our organization looks like. You can see that we have a board, advisory committees, subcommittees underneath that, and I'll go through these just real quickly. Our governing board, according to statute, must be a majority of the hospitals. We have a 5-member board at the moment, one from each of the 3 hospitals. The medical director sits on the board, and then we have a representative from the county. Your representative is the sheriff. Past county boards of commissioners have identified him as the person they want seated on our board. At one point, it was the health officer for Genesee County. The sheriff has been on our board for quite some time as a result of the fact that you all have a paramedic division, and he has oversight of that. We have an advisory body, which is also required under state statute. The advisory body is made up of all sorts of different participants in the EMS system: physicians, ER nurses, EMS agency and personnel representatives. We have 911 representatives. We have educators on there. So it's a good cross-section of the EMS community that provides input and guidance on policy-making decisions, protocol-making decisions. And then we have a quality improvement arm, and this falls under what's called the Professional Standards Review Organization. This body essentially looks at everything related to how to improve the quality of EMS care in our county. And I'll talk a little bit more about them in just a minute. This is not statutorily required, but we have a protocol committee, and under that we have some ad hoc committees that do things that help kind of generate protocols, so things like mass casualty incidents and dispatch, and I'll talk a little bit about that later as well. And then we have an education committee that tries to provide additional guidance to agencies and EMS personnel about things that are happening in the EMS system and changes that have to occur. I can tell you that we have a lot of people who volunteer and commit time to these committees from all over the EMS system. And we couldn't do our job if we didn't have their input and their guidance. So this is a little chart that shows you what the protocol process is like. So you get an idea, you have a problem, it needs to be fixed. It gets put into a protocol, the protocol committee reviews it, and then it is shared with the participants in the system. It is provided to the advisory committee who reviews it, the board of directors reviews it, and if it gets through all of our local process, it then goes to the state of Michigan. And they have experts from around the state who evaluate it, and if they approve it, then we can implement it. So it is a very extensive process. As I mentioned, we have 197 of these protocols. We are required by law to review all of our protocols every 3 years. In the interim, we are also continuing to evaluate those protocols and looking at new ideas and new ways to address things. Just in the last year, we have done that with 79 of our protocols. Have either gone through the entire process or have been involved in part of that process if they did not make it all the way through the final approval. So just to give you a little idea of some of the recent activities, we've added Rocephin to use in our system, and Rocephin is an antibiotic, so if you have a patient who has an open fracture, their chance of having an infection is pretty high, and so getting that on board as quickly as possible, so when they get to the hospital, it may take longer at the hospital to get that. It helps decrease the chance of infections. Dual sequential defibrillation, I'm sure you've heard if somebody's in cardiac arrest, they get defibrillated. We've instituted a program that actually is dual, which actually they get 2 shocks from 2 separate defibrillators. There's research that shows that patients can survive cardiac arrests in certain circumstances if they're shocked twice at the same time and they sequentially. We're working on a process right now to put blood in the field for trauma patients, and this helps survivability. If they can get fluids, that's good. If they can get a medication called TXA, it's good. But if they get blood in the field, it helps decrease the mortality. And then stroke identification. These are just some of the examples of protocols we've worked on over the last year. And I'll talk about the stroke identification thing a little bit more in just a second. Trying to decrease missed strokes. So agencies and personnel, we have 20 licensed EMS agencies in this county, covering all levels of licensure, transporting and non-transporting. They're relicensed annually. So anytime an agency has to go through the relicensure process with the state, they have to submit documentation to us, reams of information that we go through to make sure they're compliant with all of our protocol requirements before it gets approved and sent to the state for approval. We are one of the few MCAs in the state that require an accreditation, a national accreditation of our transporting agencies. So they go through that either every 1 or 3 years, depending on their accreditation status. We currently have 5 transporting agencies. At one point, this county had 15 transporting agencies. That was very unwieldy to have that many agencies in this county. And just to give you an idea of the changes we've seen in EMS, in 30 years, we have had 21 new agencies open and 25 agencies close. That's 45 ambulance companies that have come or gone. It's a lot of volatility and instability in the EMS system. And I'll talk a little bit about why that has taken place. We have right now 186 licensed EMS personnel, also at all levels of licensure. And this is a very transient, very fleeting group of individuals. A lot of times EMS personnel are using it as a stepping stone. They want to be a nurse, they want to be a PA, they want to be a doctor, and so they start off in EMS and they don't stay very long. And they're also moving quickly from one agency to another, a lot of times looking for bonuses or better pay. So that number, 860, is currently licensed, but they also move and come in and out quite quickly as well. These individuals are credentialed by us every year. That means they have to take a protocol test. They have to provide us proof of certifications in CPR, paramedics, ACLS. We are one of the few in the state that require additional certifications in pediatric and trauma. And then they're issued an ID badge that shows that they're credentialed and can work in this county. For MFR personnel, they have annual core competencies where they have to focus on 4 specific areas. They get trained in that. It's about an hour training on each one of those. We have 2 PSAPs. PSAPs is another name for 911 center. The largest is the Genesee County 911 center. The city of Fenton has their own PSAP. Now, state law requires us to have a dispatch protocol. However, this state law related to 911s and the state law related to EMS are separate, and we have no jurisdiction over 911. We can't tell them what to do. I can tell you, though, that we have a fairly good working relationship with Genesee County 911. We try to collaborate and agree upon how medical calls are to be handled, and we're working on some projects right now related to their emergency medical dispatching system, which I'll mention in a minute as well. So, the Professional Standards Review Organization I mentioned before, quality review entity dealing with incident studies and system improvement issues, and we do this in a variety of different ways. First of all, we look at incidents. We get complaints and concerns from a variety of different places. Hospitals, EMS agencies, 911, patients' families. They submit complaints to us, and we investigate those. And the investigative process involves reviewing the incident, pulling run records, getting incident reports, listening to audio, viewing video if it's available, and then we review it as a PSRO and make a determination whether or not there was a protocol violation or not. As you can see, over the last 10 years, a little over 1,500 incidents we reviewed, with violations about 46% of the time. So in addition to that, we do studies where we look at treatment and operational protocols to see how well our EMS agencies and crews are doing meeting those expectations. In the last 10 years, we've done about 227 studies, and these studies range from both operational and patient care. Just to give you some examples of this, if a patient's having chest pain, you're supposed to follow certain criteria of giving the patient aspirin, placing a monitor, those types of things. We look at make sure that those are compliant and that they're doing it in the correct order, that they are doing it in a timely manner. So, you know, there's a lot of different things like that where we try and identify particular treatment areas and see how well we're doing with it, provide feedback to those agencies and personnel on our findings. There were 344 individual suspensions in the last 10 years. Now, don't let that number scare you. A lot of these are individuals who failed to complete their certifications or get re-credentialed on time. Basically, they got lazy and didn't do what they were supposed to do, so we said you can't work until you get this fixed. Typically, we don't suspend people, haven't had to suspend people for significant patient care violations, although that does happen from time to time. We did have one agency, and this was about 10 years ago, that we actually put on probation once and suspended twice, and that agency is one of those that's no longer operating in the county. The PSRO, when they meet every month, they get a packet of information with all of this in it that tends to run 100 to 200 pages long. And so they get a lot of information. We guide them through the process to try and evaluate everything that we've just talked about. I just want to give you a couple quick patient care examples. These are bigger studies or bigger programs that we've put together. ST elevation myocardial infarctions, STEMIs is what we call them. You will more likely be familiar with them as heart attacks, okay? We created a program that, where we would activate the hospital cath lab based upon a paramedic's interpretation of a 12-lead strip. They look at it and they say, you know what? I think this patient's having a heart attack based upon what I'm seeing. I'm going to call the hospital. The hospital's going to ramp up their cath lab so there's no delay. If you're having a heart attack, your muscle is dying. Your heart muscle is dying. So the quicker you can get to the cath lab and that vessel can get open and the blood can flow back to it, the less muscle that dies. So this has been a critical program to try and help people both survive and have less morbidity from those instances. The paramedics are trained on how to evaluate 12-lead EKGs, and they're looking for STEMIs, but they're tricky. In a minute, I'm going to show you what those 12 leads look like. And for us, it's just looked like a bunch of squiggly lines. For them, they have to look at those and with very careful precision, within a millimeter, determine whether or not there's something off there, and that would indicate that there's a heart attack. The heart also does a lot of things that throws it off, like gives imposters that make it look like they could be having a heart attack. They have to watch out for those. So they're required to complete an annual education on this, and then agencies submit those cath lab activations to us. Our medical director reviews those, and then when we find that there are errors made, the agency gets that information back, and the paramedic and agency go through some additional education to show them this is what you missed and why. So far in 2025, we've had 91% of those cases accurately activated. So that's very good, right? And actually, we don't want 100%, because if we get to 100%, that means that we're probably undercalling, that there's probably some out there that we should have captured, which we didn't. So as I mentioned, here you go. There's a couple of 12 leads. A lot of people would look at that and say, I have no idea what that is. But a paramedic will look at that and tell you the one is normal and the one is a STEMI. This person is having a heart attack. And as soon as they see that, they'll call the hospital. Another patient care example, I mentioned the missed strokes and the protocol changes we had. We review EMS and hospital stroke data, where we look at hospital identified strokes and what EMS said they were. And just as an example, in the third quarter of 2024, we found that Michigan had missed strokes of about 42%, and we had at about 53%. Our feeling was that we should be on par with Michigan or better than Michigan, and so we took a look at, well, what's the difference here? What's the problems? And the most common primary impressions that we're missing are weakness, altered mental status, and falls, and, I should have said dizziness instead of weakness there, I said it twice. So we changed our protocols, now requiring that EMS providers do a stroke assessment on all of those primary impressions. And then we evaluated that assessment compliance and found that they're not doing very well. We got to go back and do re-education to remind them, listen, you need to do stroke assessments on all of these primary impressions. And then we will, and we're still in the midst of it, we'll reassess the data to see if we've improved that number. Just real quickly, I will say that the stroke data, we're missing that many strokes. The challenge with strokes is that sometimes even the hospitals don't see it, or the patient might experience the stroke after they arrive at the hospital. The last case example I want to give you here really deals with operational issues. Emergency medical dispatching. So when 911 gets a call from you and you say, I have this problem, they're evaluating you based upon a list of criteria to determine what resource they're going to send and at what mode. Are they going to send lights and sirens or not lights and sirens? Genesee County 911 currently operates on what's called APCO EMD. And for many years, we've been advocating they need to change. APCO was created originally as a police dispatching. They added medical to it. And our feeling was, based upon national perspective, that the MPDS system really focuses much better on EMS. And so they finally are beginning that process of changing over to this better system. It's more granular. It helps really get a better idea of what the caller is telling us to determine what most likely is happening with the patient. It falls into like 6 different categories of resource and response. APCO only has 2. And what this means is, for APCO, we're sending a lot more people, a lot more EMS crews, lights and sirens than we need to. We're sending more resources than we need to some of these calls. And under MPDS, we'll see those numbers go So there's over 2,000 determinants within MPDS. We have to go through all of those to determine whether or not they're going lights and sirens, whether or not they're getting an ALS or BLS service. And so that's part of that process we're going through right now as they look to switch over to MPDS. Yeah. So, other activities that we do, we're involved in state organizations. I sit on the State EMS Coordinating Committee, which is the advisory body to the department, and several other subcommittees. There are regional activities, EMS activities related to disaster preparedness, trauma, various other types of systems of care, and then a lot of local committees that EMS has input on. So these are some of the things we do. And then, just like we talked about earlier when it comes to mass casualty incidents, we do preparation for that, training for that, and we do response. So the incident that occurred in Grand Blanc Township, we have protocols in place that tell EMS providers what you are supposed to do and how they're coordinating and working together on those types of incidents. We haven't gotten to the point yet where we've done a hot wash or an after-action review of that incident, but we will do that like we do with all incidents to determine whether or not there were any problems or what could be improved upon. I can tell you in general, we've heard very good things about the response to that incident. We serve as the Emergency Operations Center staff. Should this incident have been larger and we needed resources outside of Genesee County that required regional and state mobilization, we would have been in the EOC working on trying to secure those resources. And then support services, we have been working to try and provide critical incident stress debriefing for personnel who respond to that incident, always trying to look for ways to try and help those individuals who are on scenes and experiencing traumatic situations. We own a large amount of equipment that has come through grants that we disseminate to agencies, and we track and we move around ventilators, decontamination equipment, radios, stair chairs. The ventilators we actually, during COVID, pulled back and brought to the hospitals and moved those types of things around. We do that with a lot of different equipment. We're the source of information for EMS in the county. We have all of the EMS personnel's email address. We send out educational information and updates to them. We also notify agencies about road closures to avoid delays and that type of thing. We do our own website development and management, and then we do all the typical office stuff you normally do, filing and paperwork and accounts receivable and all that kind of stuff. We even, unfortunately, are clean our own office and do our own trash. So what do we do? How do we do all this? Well, we are a 1.5 FTE organization, and right now my administrative assistant position is open, so it's just me. We have a medical director who receives a stipend. He works approximately 20 hours a month. And our budget for the current fiscal year is $287,000. The hospitals pay 57% of that. You graciously and thankfully pay 43% of that through the EMS millage. And while we do a lot with a little, we have to do a lot more. We could be doing a lot more and should be doing a lot more. Education with our EMS providers. Right now, we typically send expectations to agencies and have them do education. That creates an inconsistency on how education is provided. We'd like to be doing more education and showing, having that consistent message from us rather than the agencies. Quality improvement, I showed the number of studies that we do. We typically do 2 a month, usually 1 treatment, 1 operational. You know, with 197 protocols, we should be doing a lot more evaluation of those protocols through those studies. And then research and innovation, there's a lot of opportunity to try and help improve a system and improve EMS overall, state and nationally, by the type of system we have in Genesee County, the type of patients we have in Genesee County. So this is something we need to be working on as well. So I would be remiss, that's our organization, I'd be remiss if I didn't talk a little bit about the study that was commissioned and the Genesee County EMS system. Our system is unlike most in the state and the nation, and not in a good way. You know, most communities have a commitment to their EMS service that they provide, like they do police and fire. And this is not about the agencies or personnel. We have really good people, we have really good companies, but it's a system issue. Oh, may have died. Is it really? It's froze up there? Okay. I don't know where it's at, so, but I think this is important for me to at least mention to you some of these things. Where are we at?
Historical free market road.
Okay, so, you know, this system has been a free market system. And what that means is that, you know, there's no limitations on what agencies can come in. As I mentioned before, we had 15 EMS agencies at one time in this county. And so, and there's no one taking accountability or responsibility for those folks. Oh, that's where I'm at. Excellent. So as a result, nobody is saying to them, listen, you have to provide this many resources. You have to meet these types of expectations. That's not what's happening right now, or hasn't happened, all right? And I can tell you that our organization has spent a lot of time in the past dealing with operational issues because of the way the system exists. As you know, the last 3 years, we've seen exclusive contracts with EMS providers in this county exist or be created and operated under in several of our municipalities. And this creates that accountability and it addresses the volatility that has existed. Only about 25% of the population currently operates under contracts, and contracted areas are getting more consistent and reliable service, and I'm going to show you that. Now is it moving?
Nope, yep, you're on the last slide. You're right here now.
Oh, that's the last slide?
Nope.
Oh, okay.
Now hit one more time.
Okay.
Let me see your clicker.
I think I'm
follow
there.
with you.
Thanks. All right, so just so clarification on exclusive EMS service. There are 490 jurisdictions, municipal jurisdictions in the state that have exclusive EMS provision, either through contracts or municipal fire-based services. And that includes 18 counties. The Michigan Public Health Code and the State 911 Committee says that EMS contracts are legal, as well as multiple legal opinions. So just like local municipalities provide police and fire, they should be providing EMS service as well. The problem is that police and fire are required by law to be provided for, and EMS is not. It is not an essential service. As you can see, patients in contracted, non-contracted areas are not getting the same response. Critical status. So what happens is, if in the non-contracted areas, we are down to 3 ambulances or less, 911 begins to hold calls. They hold tier 1 calls, or tier 2 calls, sorry. These are the less likely to be severe cases. They hold those calls, and you can see since June of last year, almost 1,500 total calls have been held by 911 in non-contracted areas. 240 of those were tier 1, the most potentially life-threatening calls. In contracted areas, 0 calls have been held. So you can see, because there is accountability and expectation on the part of contracts, those services are being provided. So why do we hear this from people that contracts are bad or contracts are illegal? Well, part of it is the people grew up in this system. They believe this is the right system and it shouldn't be changed. So they get used to it. They believe this is what's supposed to happen. And for some, the current system benefits certain people, or leaders are listening to people who are benefited by the system. And so, you know, the whole issue of contracting, or more, I'd really prefer to call it EMS, local communities providing EMS service exclusively. And I can talk to you or can ask questions if you'd like answer questions if you'd like about why that's important. All right, I think I am at the end. I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak with you, and thank you for your continued support. I can answer questions. I did watch the presentation, and I know there were questions about EMS, so I can try and address some of those as well. But we're your EMS system experts, so we're here to try and help you better understand the system.
Any questions for Mr. Trevithick? No questions? Thank you, Bruce.
If you ever need any, ever have any, let me know, okay? You bet.
Thank you.
Okay, no old business, new business. Resolution 251374, approval of an update to Genesee County's environmental health regulations.
Move it. Support.
Okay, I'm sorry. Everybody ready to go home, huh?
I'm already there.
All right, any other discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes have it, motion carries. Resolution 252310, approval of an agreement between Genesee County and the Michigan Department of Education, Commodity Supplemental Food Program for the fiscal year ending 2026.
So move.
Move it.
Properly moved and supported. Any discussion? Okay, all in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes have it, motion carries. Resolution 252311, approval of an agreement between Genesee County and the Michigan Department of Education to provide for the Emergency Food Assistance Program for fiscal year ending 2026.
So move.
Support.
Properly moved and supported. Any discussion? Man, y'all done got quiet. All right, all in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes have it, motion carries. Resolution 252350, approval of an agreement between Genesee County and Mott Children's Health Center in an amount not to exceed $66,509 to provide for the kindergarten oral health assessment program. The term of this agreement is October 25 through September 26 and paid from the following accounts.
Support.
Properly moved and supported. Any questions, discussion? All in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes have it, motion carries. Resolution 252380, approval of an agreement between Genesee County and the VAAA in the amount of $880,358 to provide for the home delivered meals and congregate meals programs.
Support it.
Properly moved and supported. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Ayes have it. No other business before this committee. It stands adjourned.
BB will be proud.
Call Public Works to order at 9:22. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Flewelling,
Present.
Commissioner Avery,
Present.
Commissioner Brown,
Here.
Commissioner Shoemaker, Commissioner Lloyd.
Yes.
Resolution 2025-2431, approval of meeting minutes, September 17th.
Support.
Moved and supported. Questions, comments? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Any public comments to the committee? Public comments to the committee? No public comments to the committee. Moving on. No old business. No communications. New business. I would entertain a motion without objection for items 1 through 4. Moved and supported. Questions, comments?
Dr. Brown didn't even know what you were gonna say.
She felt it in her spirit.
I'm
Anticipated.
sorry. What were you gonna say?
No, I was just exactly what you said, 1 through 4 with any separations. None? Any questions or comments? All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Resolution 2025-2396, approval of a request to award RFP number 25454, master developer for new state park, delivery construction for a fixed rate of 2% of $20,108,658. The cost of this will be paid from the account listed.
So moved.
Who supported?
To the chair, did you,
Miss 5.
you said 1 through 5, or did I thought I heard?
Oh,
1 through
you know
4.
what? I did say 1 through 4, so let's go, we'll do this one and go back to 5.
Okay. I just have one quick question during this. Do we have a motion to support?
Yes.
Okay. What is a master developer? Why are they needed?
Patrick here to answer that.
So the master developer is like a project manager for the project. This was a method that the state used on their ARPA projects for the state park projects. So they will be managing the day-to-day operations and the different aspects of construction. One of the big things that they're tasked with too is finding ways that we can cut costs through the process to be able to build more with this. You know, as we've talked previously, we still have a fundraising goal to hit, so we are trying to save, you know, any amount of money that we can, and we're hoping through this process that working closely with the master developer, we can make that happen.
If I may continue.
Go ahead.
You said fundraising goal for the state park?
Yes.
The state's not providing all the funds for this?
So it's a partnership, and with the partnership, you know, from what was envisioned originally to what's envisioned now, that has raised a little bit on what everybody wants to see. So we're gonna have chunks that are built, but we're also gonna have phases to add new amenities as time goes on.
Go ahead.
Patrick, can you tell me how much the state has spent on this piece of property already? I
Which
don't need it
piece of
right now.
property?
I don't need it right now.
Oh,
The park,
yeah,
the,
yeah.
this whole park plan they
Yeah.
have for where we are. Just, it's just
You
mind-boggling
wanna
to me.
break down between the state, CS-MOD, and,
Yeah,
all that?
we've overall spent for this, this project, you know, and I know our staff is reimbursed for time and everything else like that on that, but it just, every time I turn around, I think we're done, I was sitting up here talking to Mr. Freeman, and I'm like,
And this is gonna
Another
be for
20
the
million?
main construction, that, you know, where you're gonna see a lot of it done, so.
what's part of this, what's part of this phase, if you don't mind me, just real quick,
Yep.
so I get everybody
Yep.
out of here.
As of right now, that's currently funded, you've got the amphitheater block, Market Stall of Riverbank Park behind us. The overpasses, upgrades to security lighting, access to the river, Happy Hollow development for that. Development for the play garden at Chevy Commons. And I think that's about it off the top of my head.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Dr. Brown?
Thank you. I just had a quick question. So the $20 million that we're voting on with this resolution, is that above and beyond the original cost, or is that inclusive?
Yeah. So the 2 million is the construction budget. The fee for the master developer is the 2%, so it's 402,000. You know, that they will be paid for their service for administering it.
Go ahead.
The 2 million or 20 million?
Or sorry, 20 million.
Okay.
4 million. No, the 2%,
No.
so you get 400,000, you're right with your 400,000.
Yes.
That's what I was trying to
Yes.
compare. Okay. This just is the never-ending story with this park. What have we been working on this? 8 years?
So before it was a state park, when you looked at it as the riverfront redevelopment project, I think the city of Flint started that in, 2009, I think. Does that sound about right with the master plan process? So,
So even longer than that. But I was just wondering about the state portion of it. I think we've been messing 8 years. So.
no, the state portion started in 2020.
State portion where they reimbursed us.
No, where they decided to build a state park. So we were doing the riverfront redevelopment, which was Chevy Commons, the dam removals and that.
Which was funded by the Mott Foundation.
Yes.
Okay.
Mostly.
Either way, we have not been the main authority responsible for that property. We've just been the fiduciary handling the oversight of it.
For the most part, yes. We did have Chevy Commons for a while. It was a county park, but that was so graciously given to the state of Michigan.
Thank you.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? Aye. Opposed?
Nay.
Motion carries with 1 nay. All right, because I got ahead of myself. Back to number 5, Resolution 2025-2360. Okay, moved and supported. Any discussion? All right, I like it. All in favor, aye?
Aye.
Opposed? No other business? We're adjourned 9:20.